Good morning. You're watching ABC News GH. This is ABC Headlines. I am Abna Mante. Coming up in the headlines, the Ghana Health Service has declared a cholera outbreak in the country following the confirmation of 9 cases in the country. Also, Parliament is set to commence the 5th meeting in its 4th session today, October 15, 2024, at the dome of the Accra International Conference Center. Still to come in the headlines, the Ghana Armed Forces has issued a strong warning to individuals and groups involved in the unauthorized use of military pattern uniforms and equipment. We have these and many more coming up shortly. Do stay tuned. To our first headline of the morning, the Ghana Health Service has declared a cholera outbreak in the country following the confirmation of 9 cases in the country. According to the service in a statement, the first case of cholera was confirmed in the Adan West district of the Greater Accra region on 4th October 2024. The person presented to the health facility with vomiting, diarrhea and abdominal pain a couple of days after attending a funeral in Adan East. Subsequently, Adan East District also reported confirmed cases of cholera. In response to the outbreak, the Ghana Health Service has activated public health emergency management committees at the national, regional and district levels. A multi-sectoral public health emergency rapid response team has also been deployed, including representatives from the National Commission for Civic Education, the Ghana Education Service, the National Disaster Management Organization and Environmental Health units. Into parliamentary matters, Parliament is set to commence the 5th meeting of its 4th session today, October 15, 2024, at the dome of the Accra International Conference Center. The relocation to this temporary venue is due to ongoing renovation works in Parliament's main chamber, which has been the traditional site for parliamentary sittings. The change in venue was announced in a statement by the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, on September 30, 2024. At this session, members of Parliament are expected to address pressing national issues. MPs are reconvening after a brief recess, and the session promises to be critical in advancing key legislative priorities. Notably, the 5th meeting is anticipated to deliberate on several key bills and agreements that will impact the nation's development agenda. Also, there is an expected power struggle as the minority has indicated that it will invoke Article 97 of the Constitution to out MPs that have crossed carpet and get the minority side declared majority. Away from that, the Ghana Armed Forces has issued a strong warning to individuals and groups involved in the unauthorized use of military pattern uniforms and equipment. In a press release dated Monday, October 14, and signed by the Director of Public Affairs, Eric Agrikwashi, Ghana Armed Forces expressed concern over the rising trend of civilians and private security operatives donning military attire during public demonstrations and other activities, including illegal mining operations. According to the Ghana Armed Forces, the unlawful use of military pattern uniforms has been observed in various public demonstrations, notably in Accra and Kumasi. Where some protesters and individuals claiming to provide security to public figures were seen dressed in military camouflage and other military-style gear. This practice, which has been noted during anti-illegal mining operations, has sparked fears of impersonation and potential threats to public safety. The Ghana Armed Forces has vowed to take firm action against those who continue to violate these regulations. The statement says the armed forces will arrest individuals caught wearing unauthorized military uniforms and ensure that they face the full force of the law. 3 persons have been confirmed dead and over 30 people have sustained injuries of varying degrees following a tragic incident that occurred on the Buduburam stretch of the Accra-Winneba Highway after a rock blasted by a construction company working on the road caused extensive damage. Some angry residents of the area after the incident attacked workers of the company working on the stretch. A Chinese man who is leading the team has been arrested. The injured have been rushed to the St. Gregory Hospital in Buduburam. The hospital administrator at the St. Gregory Hospital, Buduburam, Matthias Ayegre Anaba. The hospital administrator, Matthias Ayegre Anaba, spoke to the media.
It's a lot. Please, this is the true records of what we have in this hospital. In all, 42 people were brought here. As we're speaking, we are referring 4. 2 have already gone to 37 Military Hospital, and the 2 we are waiting for an ambulance to be taken to Winneba. Currently, these people on admission are on stable condition. We have 18 females, 9 males, and we have 2 others in our recovery. 3 were okay and has been discharged. Fortunately, we lost 3. So this is the official position so far that this accident is concerned. Well, thank you. If you need any information, please don't go asking anybody. Come straight to where we do the recording. When you come, we will equip the officers there and they will take you around in case you need to see.
Member of the National Cathedral's Board of Trustees, Dr. Jozayi, has dismissed concerns about staff payments, including those of CEO Dr. Paul Opoku-Mensah during the construction halt, as ridiculous. Her response follows growing concerns over the project's stalled progress and its impact on staff salary. Speaking on the sidelines of a symposium organized in collaboration with the TD Jakes Divinity School on Monday, October 14, Dr. Ayi said that board members' payments cannot be halted because the project is on hold. She further challenged the logic behind the concerns.
Sometimes even the churches you and I attend, when we start projects, right? Doesn't it take time? It does. You know, sometimes when you start your own building, you know it takes time. But eventually, you know you'll finish it. I think that is the attitude we must have. We're behaving as if the fact that we haven't found the money is strange. It is not strange that you want to do a project and you have not been able to raise the money yet, right? The key word is yet. So sometimes I marvel at the way we behave as if we don't know that when we ourselves are expanding our churches, it takes time before we raise the money. You do a little portion, then you wait for some money, you wait for a little portion, and so on. Do they want to peruse it? If a GCB, even as a company on the stock market, do you go there to peruse what they have said? Why is it that we, come to the secretariat? If you come to the secretariat, of course, there's nothing to hide. If we had anything to hide, we wouldn't even go public to say that the audit report is available. I think sometimes Ghanaians, it is wonderful that we're interested in the cathedral, even if for all the wrong.
In the headline, the Electoral Commission will start its online exhibition of the Provisional Voters Register beginning today, October 15, and running until Saturday, October 19. In a statement, the Electoral Commission encouraged voters to verify their details through the short code *711*51# free of charge. This exercise is part of the Commission's efforts to clean the voters register ahead of the final compilation for the 2024 general elections. The online exhibition allows voters to review their information and report any discrepancies for correction by the Commission. The Commission clarified that while voters can still verify their details online after the exhibition period ends, they will not be able to request any corrections. Political parties were also urged to submit any discrepancies identified during the exhibition period using the templates provided by the Commission. And with that, this is how we end the headlines for this morning. ABC in the Morning is up next. Do stay tuned.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia. number 1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, number 1 on the ballot. Over
Good morning, you're watching ABC in the morning live on ABC News GH. I am Abna Mante. Thank you for joining us this morning. We believe your morning is going as great as you want it. We're streaming live on YouTube and the channel is ABC News GH. If you have not subscribed to our channel, kindly subscribe to it so that you're updated with everything that is happening on ABC News GH. Also interact with us on our social media handles at ABC News GH_. Today's show is a packed show. The show is very packed, and we are going to unravel all of the stories inside of this pack. The stories are riveting, and the discussions will be engaging as always. So you want to be with us, you want to stay glued to your seat, and wherever you go, do whether you are watching us here on ABC in the morning. Maya Angelou says that ask for what you want and be prepared to get it. More often than not, we state our intentions, we declare that this is what we want, we have a dream about the things we want. However, we go back and we are skeptical. We feel that we do not deserve the things that should come to us. We feel we do not deserve the good things that happen to other people, and we tend to look down on ourselves. But I want to encourage you to purpose in your heart, to open up your heart to receive the things for which you have asked for, because you deserve to receive all of the things you have asked for. So ask for what you want and be prepared prepared to get it. Be prepared for it. And this is how we start ABC in the morning today, Tuesday, 15th October 2024. Let's get straight into our front story for the day. You're still watching ABC in the morning, live on ABC News GH. We're getting into our front story today. On our front story, we are looking at the struggle for majority as Parliament reconvenes. The struggle for majority as Parliament reconvenes. Today, Parliament is set to commence the fifth meeting of its fourth session at the dome of the Accra International Conference Center. You know that the main Parliament chamber is under renovation, so at the moment they are holding sittings at the Accra International Conference Center. But at this session, Parliament is expected to address pressing issues and things that are necessary for the development of the country. As part of the issues Parliament will be looking at, the NDC has decided that they will be invoking an article in the Constitution so that for what end? The end is that the NDC seeks to become majority in Parliament. At the moment, the NDC isn't the majority in Parliament, but the NDC is looking at invoking Article 97 of the Constitution to become majority in Parliament. What is this article, and how can the NDC invoke this article so that they become the majority, and who are the people that will be affected when the article is invoked? So the former minority leader, Haruna Idrisu, over the weekend warned the minority will invoke the constitutional provision, that's the Article 97, so that the NDC, can be declared majority by Wednesday. He said this on an NDC platform, and let's listen to him.
On Tuesday, the Parliament of Ghana will reconvene. And when it reconvenes, I am very certain that Parliament and Ghana will go through a major constitutional test. And that constitutional test is that the NDC minority must become the majority from Wednesday next week. I assume, and this must happen if there is constitutional and legal propriety in Ghana, because any nuanced interpretation of Article 97 provides that if a member of Parliament on a political party ticket like MPP defects and fails to be independent, that MP ceases to be member of Parliament. And if an independent member of Parliament, by virtue of the provision of Article 97, subclause G, an independent joins a political party, that independent loses constitutional recognition and does not belong to Parliament. And even if an NDC candidate, MP, defects to become an independent, he ceases to be a member of Parliament. Therefore, we will invoke the Speaker's proper and true interpretation of Article 97 by our standing order. On Tuesday, the Parliament of Ghana will reconvene. And when it reconvenes, I am very certain that Parliament and Ghana will go through a major constitutional test. And that constitutional test is that the NDC minority must become the majority from Wednesday next week. I assume, and this must happen if there is constitutional and legal propriety in Ghana, because any nuanced interpretation of Article 97 provides that if a member of Parliament on a political party ticket like MPP defects and fails to be independent, that MP ceases to be member of Parliament. And if an independent member of Parliament, by virtue of the provision of Article 97, subclause G, an independent joins a political party, that independent loses constitutional recognition and does not belong to Parliament. And
also, you heard the former minority leader, Haruna Idrisu. He says that the NDC would be invoking Article 97 to gain the majority in Parliament. What is Article 97? Let's take a look at the Article 97, what the provisions are in our Constitution and what it means for the NDC to decide to invoke the provision of the Article 97 to their favor. Article 97 of the 1992 Constitution says a member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament if A, upon a dissolution of Parliament, or if he is elected as Speaker of Parliament, or if he is absent without the permission in writing of the Speaker and is unable to offer a reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges from 15 sittings of a meeting of Parliament during any period of the Parliament has been summoned to meet and continues to meet. Again, if he is expelled from Parliament after having been found guilty of contempt of Parliament by a committee of Parliament, or if any circumstances arise that if he were not a member of Parliament would cause him to be disqualified or ineligible for election under Article 94 of this Constitution, or if he resigns from office as a member of Parliament by writing under his hand addressed to the Speaker, or we're looking at all of the provisions in the Constitution under Article 97 that allows for someone to vacate their seat, or if he leaves the party of which he was a member at a time of his election to Parliament to join another party, or seek to remain in Parliament as an independent member, or if he was elected a member of Parliament as an independent candidate and join a political party. However, notwithstanding paragraph G of this clause of this article, a merger of parties at a national level sanctioned by the party's constitutions or memberships of a coalition government of which his original party forms part shall not affect the status of a member of Parliament. Let's stay on the G. If he leaves the party for which he was a member of at a time of his election to Parliament to join another party, or seeks to remain in Parliament as an independent member. You would remember that in October 2020, Speaker Michael Oquaye declared the Fomena seat vacant. In October 2020, if we would all recall, the Speaker then, Right Honourable Mike Oquaye, declared the Fomena seat vacant after the MP then, Andrew Esiama decided to contest as an independent candidate. He was an MPP MP, but after primaries took a decision to contest as an independent candidate. So the NPP then wrote to Parliament to declare the Fomena MP's seat vacant, and the Speaker Michael Oquaye declared the seat vacant, it's found expression under the Article 97 because he was leaving his party. He came as an MPP, but then he had now switched to go as an independent, and because of that, per the Article 97, he was going to have to vacate his seat. So this has happened before, and in the not so distant future, distant past 2020, let's look at some of the MPs who have decided that they are going independent. Let's look at MPs who have decided to go independent, and MPs who were independent and are now going back to the parties that they used to be with. It is because of these MPs that the NDC is saying that they will be invoking Article 97 to win the majority in Parliament. At the moment, NDC is not the majority. We virtually have a hung Parliament at the moment, and NDC just before the elections is seeking to become the majority in Parliament, and this is because there are some MPs who have decided to go independent. There were primaries in their constituencies, they did not win, and they believe that if they ride on an independent ticket, they would win the elections. And these MPs, because they have declared independent, the NDC believes that under Article 97 they have the opportunity to invoke the Article 97 so that these MP seats are declared vacant. So list of certain MPs who are crossing carpet at the moment: Cynthia Mamle Morrison of the Aguna West constituency. She was an MP up until now, until she switched to go independent after the primaries in the Aguna West constituency. She lost the primaries to Christopher Arthur. She lost it to her opponent Christopher Arthur, and because of that, Cynthia Morrison of Aguna West is now going independent. She decided to go independent. Kwadwo Asante of the Suhum constituency, he's also an MPP MP. He came in as an MPP MP. He went for the elections, and his opponent was Frank Esiedu Bekwe, also known as Protozwa, and Frank Esiedu Bekwe won the primaries to now become the parliamentary candidate for the NPP in Suhum, in the Suhum constituency. So Kwadwo Asante also says that he is also going independent. Now we have Andrew Esiamamako, whose story I told you just a few moments ago. So he is from the Fomena constituency. He is an MPP man. Going into the 2020 elections, his story was all over because his story was very interesting. He decided to go independent because he said there were some irregularities in the constituency elections that were held in his constituency, the primaries, and went independent. There were a lot of calls for him to come back because the MPP felt that it was necessary that he not do that. But he still went independent. And because he went independent, then in 2020, in October, the speaker then, Michael Kwe, declared his seat vacant after the NPP had written to the speaker to declare the seat vacant. So, entering into the 2020 elections, his seat had been declared vacant, but he still contested as an independent candidate. He won. He won the seat. Now he is a deputy to the speaker in Parliament, and he's decided that, well, he's going back to the womb from which he came out from. He's entered into this Parliament as an independent candidate, but he's switching back to the NPP to contest because in this 2024 elections, he is going to contest on the ticket of MPP. The NPP acclimatized, and then he's going. He won by acclamation. Nobody contested him. The NPP decided that he was going to represent the NPP in the Fomena constituency election, so he's gone back to the NPP. And then we have Peter Yaokwache Aka of the Anmenfi Central constituency. He is an NDC MP. He's switching to become independent. He withdrew from the NDC parliamentary primaries in Anmenfi Central following a rerun. So there was a rerun after the primaries went. There was a first election, and then there was a rerun, and he withdrew from the race. After withdrawing from the race, he's decided to run as independent, and because of that, he's switching. And all of these are reasons why, reasons that find expression under the Article 97 that the NDC is seeking to invoke so that they become majority in Parliament. So we have 3 NPP MPs who are now, 2 NPP MPs who have now become independent candidates, and then an independent candidate who is now becoming an MPP. He's now coming back to the NPP, and per the provision under the Constitution, their seats have to be declared vacant. They shall vacate their seats. So 3 MPs, 3 NPP inclined MPs, and then 1 NDC MP. And the NDC says that they will be invoking the article today. Today they are reconvening in Parliament for sitting, and NDC has decided that they will invoke the article in hopes that by tomorrow they would have been declared the majority in Parliament. So this is not something that has not happened before in Ghana. It has happened before, and today the NDC is looking at invoking it again. You would recall that in 2005, November 2005, there was an issue involving an MP4 in Kranza North, Eric Amwating, who traveled to the USA, and due to some factors overextended his period that he should have been away. Remember, when we're going through the provisions under the article, you cannot be away for 15 sittings. He was away for more than 15 sittings. So at a point, a citizen took this issue to court. It was Asare versus the Attorney General, and there was a lot of conversation around this issue about Eric Amwating. Fast forward to 2007, his seat was declared vacant after he, through his lawyers, wrote to the speaker then, Ebenezer Begina Sechi Hughes, that he was vacating his seat. So these are issues that are not just cropping up today. It has happened before, and I believe that's on the back of it and the Article 97 that the NDC is saying that they are going to invoke the Article 97 so that the Speaker, Alban Bagbin, declares these MP seats vacant. And if they do declare these seats vacant, 3 of these persons are aligned to the NPP. It will make the NDC the majority in Parliament. So that's what the minority in Parliament is doing. They are seeking to invoke Article 97. We are doing well to establish contact with the MP for South Dai, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafiamekpo, so that we can have a conversation on this, on what the NDC seeks to achieve. There is just a little over 2 months, and then we are going to vote, and then this Parliament will be dissolved for a new Parliament to be convened. But we'll find out why the NDC is seeking to do this just a few weeks to elections and what they seek to achieve with this. So the MPs who have switched camps, MP for Fomena, Andrew Esiama Mwako, he is an independent at the moment, but he is switching back to the NPP, for which he used to be a member of, or he used to belong to. MP for Agona East, Cynthia Morrison, she was an NPP MP. They went for primaries and she lost. she decided to go independent. Her story has been an interesting one, making the airwaves, and a lot of people have had so much to say about her decision to go independent. Another MP is Kwadwo Asante, an NPP MP who lost to his opponent, and for that, Kwadwo Asante has decided to go independent. So these are the 3 NPP MPs that, if the NDC invokes the Article 97, will be affected by the provision under the Article 97. And then there is an NDC MP, Peter Yaokwachi Aka of the Memphis Central constituency, who is an NDC MP, but after withdrawing from the NDC parliamentary primaries in Memphis Central, has decided to go independent. So if his party invokes Article 97, he too will be caught in the web, and he will have to vacate his seat. So these are the MPs we are looking at, and like I said earlier, this is not the first time this is happening. MP Michael Quay, the former Speaker of Parliament, had to declare the Fomena seat vacant. At the time, it was the Fomena MP Andrew Esiama Mwako who was the MP then, and his seat was declared vacant. If this time it happens again, it means that the MP for Fomena, Andrew Esiama Mwako's seat, will be declared vacant twice. If it happens again, it will be declared vacant twice. So we'll see how far it goes. And well, let's take some reactions on social media. People have been reacting to this. We will do well to look at the reactions on social media and then the comments all over. It's been interesting conversations since this announcement by the former minority leader Haruna. Everybody has their opinion to what is happening and whether it is necessary at this time of the year or whether it is not necessary. So there's so much conversation going on around this, so much commentary going on around it. People are asking if this is going to set a negative precedent, if this is the step in the right direction. Is it needless? Is it needful? All of these are conversations that are coming up after this announcement or declaration by the former minority MP. But like I was saying, this is something that is not new. It has happened before. In 2020, Fomena MP seat was declared vacant. In 2007, the Nkranza North MP seat was declared vacant. At the time, the speaker was the Right Honorable Ebenezer Bejina Sechi Hughes. In 2020, the speaker was Speaker Michael Quay. 2024, the speaker is Alban Badmin. So we will see how far this also goes. But the conversation is interesting and a lot. So like I said, there are conversations all over, and this is one from Kobia Kwabena Asante, and he says, and I'm taking this from the X platform, these are some of the opinions of Ghanaians on what is happening. As a student of parliamentary studies, I foresee the NDC MPs creating chaos on Tuesday, on which party is majority in parliament, and studying Speaker Badmin as a chair. He will support the agenda, taking solace in his decision in and budget approvals. The NDC will cite Speaker Okway's decision to sack NPP Fomena MP Amakwen Siama from Parliament after he filed as an independent candidate despite being an NPP MP. They will also make a case against Honorable Esiama and Cynthia Morrison and Kwadwo Asante. I will discuss each separately, and it goes on and on. It is quite a lot, but he explains why he believes that the NDC will create chaos in Parliament. So all of these conversations are coming up, and then we'll have conversations on them. But joining us is Sami Obeng. He is an executive director. He is the executive director for Parliamentary Network Affairs. Hello, Sami. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Sami, as Parliamentary Network Affairs, how do you think this will affect parliamentary proceedings in the few months to come, should NDC invoke this provision?
Well, Parliamentary Network Africa, we believe that, of course, Parliament's responsibility or primary duties is to, make the necessary laws, represent the people, oversee the executive branch, and so they have a very important role to play. And that must always be put first against any, interest or intentions that has the potential of derailing Parliament's ability to do these jobs. But we are also minded about the fact that we live in a constitutional dispensation, and under the Constitution, there are some rules guiding, the run of things, who become a member of Parliament, how you become a member of Parliament, how a seat can be declared vacant, and what have you. And so there must always be a balancing effect between the two. Now, should the processes succeed in a Parliament that has very tight numbers, we know that the nomenclature of who is majority and who is minority will change. And certainly, although we have just, 2 months to elections, having the ruling party not being the majority in Parliament and the rest of government business that needs to take place in Parliament could certainly, be an interesting dynamics for us to witness and to observe. Bearing in mind also that this election season, and we don't even expect that members of Parliament during these 3 or so weeks that Parliament will be sitting will all be present in Parliament. So whereas the number dynamics may change, it may not necessarily change in reality, depending on who is able to whip their members to come to Parliament. We know that some have already lost their ability to contest in the name of their parties at the level of the party primaries, and so even the enthusiasm to come to Parliament and all of that has been down. But yes, it would certainly, just my short answer to your question is that it would certainly affect the way this current 8th Parliament is structured if this happens. And it will add one more layer to the wonders of this 8th Parliament has actually produced.
One more layer to the wonders that the 8th Parliament has produced. What does the NDC seek to attain beyond becoming majority in the Parliament if they invoke the provision under the Constitution? What more do they seek to attain, and how does it play into their winning the elections come December 7?
Well, obviously I cannot answer the question for them on what they are seeking to attain. They probably would be better able to. Although hearing, for example, Honorable Haruna Idris made the argument that this is purely on the back of holding fidelity to the Constitution, and so making sure that the constitutional provision holds sway and that we respect our Constitution and what it says about some of these things. Affecting chances of elections, well, we're in an election season where every politician will want to jump on any little opportunity to be able to gain political capital. And so, although we may not necessarily understand the strategy right from the very beginning, when these things play out, we'll get to know what they are actually looking at. But that's why I started on the premise that the ultimate must be, how are we positioning our Parliament to serve us better and to ensure that all the things that are needful, essential, important to do before this 8th Parliament expires will be the priority. Hello,
Sammy.
Yes.
Pardon me, apologies. I'll come back to you real soon.
Very well.
It's carried.
On Tuesday, the Parliament of Ghana will reconvene. And when it reconvenes, I am very certain that Parliament and Ghana will go through a major constitutional test. And that constitutional test is that the NDC minority must become the majority from Wednesday next week. I assume, and this must happen.
Thank you for your time and your patience. Hello, Sammy. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Yes. So, Sami, some have said that this decision by the NDC is needless, and have said that in previous instances that this happened, the invocation of the provision under the article, the party wrote that the member of parliament was no longer a member of the party, and it was on this premise that the seat was declared vacant. And so in this dispensation where the party hasn't written to that effect, what the NDC is doing is needless. What would you say about that?
Well, I share the school of thought that in invoking Article 97(1)(g), the political party that a member of parliament is a member of, who does not see the member as who does not see that MP as their member any longer, certainly must put across the communication that the person is no longer their member. So a lot will depend on the political party and what they put across. I do not think that a mere mention that somebody has filed nomination could be directly interpreted as the person having left the party. The party constitution may state so, but the party must officially communicate that, because these are matters of the record. So for me, those are the dynamics that we want to see how it plays out in Parliament. And we are counting on Speaker Babin's long-term, long-standing, understanding and leadership of Parliament to be able to guide the House appropriately on this matter.
Looking at all of the things that have cropped up after this parliament, this 8th parliament was constituted, you realize that because of its peculiarity, so many things have cropped up because of the parliament and the parliament's characteristic. Isn't this something that the NPP or both sides should have expected, that either would have picked up anytime the opportunity presented itself?
Well, I think right from the very beginning we knew that, or people suspected, or people harbored the thought that the dynamics of majority-minority may change within the course of the 8th Parliament. Recall that even on the first day, as to who sits on the right of the Speaker or to the left of the Speaker became an issue until that Speaker's ruling declaring a majority group with the addition of the independent member of Parliament. But there were people who even, if you recall, in January of 2021 and moving forward, there were people who were even harboring the fears that there may be some very nasty things that may happen to members of Parliament as a way of some of these parties gaining advantage if people are no more and all of those. Whenever there's been party primaries, by-elections, we've also seen how the parties threw their all to it just to be able to change the dynamics or to maintain the dynamics in Parliament. So all of these things have been with us right from the beginning of this 8th Parliament, and yet they managed well. And that's why I think that at this, dying embers of the 8th Parliament, wisdom, national interest, fidelity to the Constitution, ensuring that the rule of law prevails, ensuring that the will of the people, prevails also, and ensuring that our country becomes or remains stable, protecting our constitutional democracy and protecting also the sanctity of Parliament are all taken into consideration in whatever decisions gets taken by the political elite.
We are getting into another elections, and this elections obviously is very important to see the dynamics that the next parliament will take. In your work as Parliamentary Network Africa, what do you foresee that the next parliament will be constituted as? Are we looking at another hung parliament, or this time around you're going to see a clear distinction between majority and minority?
The trends the world over has shown that some of these very peculiar parliaments don't happen very often. These things happen once in a while, And those who learn from these things and document the learnings and apply it in the future, should it ever happen again, are usually those who benefit from it. We can all, I maintain that it is only divine that we had the kind of 8th parliament that we had. 137 for both of the two parties in parliament, 20 women apiece, 117 men apiece. This can be a unique situation that will happen once in a lifetime, once in many, many years. I do not expect that the 9th parliament will take that same path. But yes, we have not, as an organization, Parliamentary Network Africa, conducted any polls or any research to be able to show how it is tipping in the next parliament. We usually would rely on the election results and what gets declared, and then we'll be able to formulate our own understanding of what the parliament will look like. But certainly, it may be another miracle to have a parliament that is exactly the way that this one is. Of course, people have mentioned that some of the options that we should be expecting, maybe in the future, maybe now, maybe the coming elections, maybe in future elections, are the options of even having a ruling party in power, forming the executive branch. That is not the party that has the majority in parliament. And so some other party has an overwhelming majority in parliament or has a big majority in parliament. The other is also leading the executive branch. All of these happenings should be teaching us to start thinking as a country and deciding how we will go about these things, and to start realizing that nation building can only happen when we decide to work together. And if we would all want to be at each other's throats simply for the purpose of political power, then we may find ourselves in bigger problems, deeper waters, and that will not be good for any of us.
Well, then, in working together for the greater good of the country, Sammy, we've had a hung parliament. It's been a very interesting 4 years and a lot of back and forth on issues. Has this parliament been a blessing or a bane to the people of Ghana?
Well, I think it has been a good one. There were a couple of things that has happened in the last 4 years which would not have happened if we did not have the kind of parliamentary numbers that we had. However, I am also quick to add that we had more expectations of this kind of parliament. Our expectations were heightened because of the number dynamics. And so we may feel a bit disappointed because, if you expect 100 and you get 60, although 60 may be above the average mark, you may still not be too satisfied because you had higher expectations. And that's the situation I think we find ourselves in at the moment. But I don't think that this 8th parliament has done badly. Could it have done better? Certainly, yes.
Dynamics of the parliament, the parliamentarians have done things that should suit them. They discuss amongst each other to decide today where to sway the conversation and where not to sway the conversation. Do you believe with that? Do you believe that assertion?
Parliament, by the way it works, has a lot of consensus building conversations amongst the two sides of the aisle that takes place every single day when the house is to sit. Remember that some of the things that people may not know outside of Parliament is that every morning before the house sits, Speaker calls the leadership of both sides into conclave and they discuss how the day is going to run. What are the things we can agree on? What are the things we won't agree on? Because maybe Party A has a position, Party B has another position. Okay, for those ones that you will not agree on, how would you want us to go about it? So maybe please put it to a vote, or maybe refer it for later conversation so that we can be able to try and build better consensus or what have you. These things take place behind the scenes to ensure that there is not much chaos. Because without these things, it could have been more chaotic. And so I do not want us to consider engagement, consensus building between both sides of the aisle as necessarily a wrong thing. Of course, it gets wrong when people are doing it for ill intentions and motives, and people are benefiting personally from some of these things. That is when it moves from the arena of being a good parliamentary practice to becoming a bad parliamentary practice. And we must always try to understand the difference between the two.
We must always try to understand the difference between the two. Thank you for speaking with us this morning, Sammy.
Thanks for having me.
Sammy Obeng is the Executive Director for Parliamentary Network Africa. This conversation is on the struggle for majority as Parliament reconvenes today. Parliament will be sitting at the dome of the Accra International Conference Center to continue with Parliament's business. But the NDC has said that they will be moving Article 97. They will be invoking the provision under Article 97 so that they become the majority in Parliament. We'll be following the conversations and we'll bring you real-time updates on how these conversations go. I know it's interesting for all of us to know what is happening, and we will do well to bring you everything. So you should be visiting our website www.abcnewsgh.com. We are giving you the news as it breaks, timely and very newsworthy manner. This is all Forefront Story. Thank you. We will be back. Stay with us. Watching ABC in the morning. Before we go to take sports and trends, let's look at what is on the various news portals. Let's start with ABC News GH. So the Institute of Energy Security backs calls for the emergence of PURC and Energy Commission. That is our main story there this morning. And online exhibition of provisional voters register begins today. So if you have not checked, you should check. The EC says that there is a free check-in using the USSD code *711 star. I'll add the rest as we go on, but it is free and you should do well to check for your eligibility to vote. And the National Road Safety Authority says that they will be turning to technology to deepen road safety enforcement. Let's go to City Newsroom. Let's see what is happening on their newsroom. City says that Parliament to reconvene at the AICC today, and EC opens digital voter verification and how to check your details. The IES backs calls to merge PURC and the Energy Commission, and Ghana lost 120,000 tons of cocoa to smuggling between 2022 and 2023. The CEO of Cocoa Board says that. On My Joy Online is also saying that Parliament reconvenes today, yes, and culture of impunity reigns on our roads. Cecil Gabra blames lack of law enforcement on all of the menace going on our roads at the moment. And Baumia is the best to succeed me, President Nana Akufo-Addo declares. So these are some of the conversations on the various news portals. Visit abcnewsgh.com for all of your news, and we have the news for you as it breaks, the news in a timely and newsworthy manner. Let's get straight into sports and trends. It's very important that you know what is trending, like I always say, and Godwin is on hand to give us what is trending and the latest in sports.
morning and welcome to ABC in the morning. This is the trends and sports segment that I am bringing to you, and I am Godwin Opokuotre. So straight away, let's get to know what is trending on X. Then after knowing what is trending on X, then we get into the world of sports, where today Black Stars will play a qualifier match against Sudan. So today in trends, we have Haruna Idrisu trending. He is a member of Parliament and also a member of the National Democratic Congress. Also, we have Rhys James trending. We have 2M Express, and we also have Kaswa trending. So first of all, why is Kaswa trending? Yesterday, it was reported that at least 15 people have lost their lives and over 35 others are injured following an explosion on the Kaswa-Winneba Road in the afternoon. Eyewitness reports that the devastating incident occurred during rock blasting by construction workers on the Winneba Road project, with debris striking and crashing nearby houses and individuals. So yesterday there was that accident on the Kaswa-Winneba Road expansion project. That is why Kaswa has been in the trends. And also, the reason why 2M Express is trending. Yesterday, Roland asked on his Twitter handle that those with traveling experience, please, which of these buses is more safer to use when traveling? And he attached images of STC bus, 2M Express bus, and also the VIP bus. And in the comment section, we have Maamiefo Arena saying, I would recommend STC, 2 drivers per bus. They are monitored and have strict rules for their drivers to ensure the safety of their passengers. I use STC for long distance travels within the country and international routes. I can assure you that you are safe with them. Also, Nungwa Rihanna is also saying, VIP for me, but I would recommend STC for anyone. We also have Irama saying STC is the most safest. And also, Adankun is also saying STCY, meaning they all settle for STC. And the reason why Haruna Idrisu is trending, he made a comment over the weekend. He said he's pushing to remove majority MPs contesting re-election as independent candidates. And Metro TV is asking, is that feasible? So let's look at what Haruna Idrisu said over the weekend when he was on a campaign tour.
Will reconvene. And when it reconvenes, I am very certain that Parliament and Ghana will go through a major constitutional test. And that constitutional test is that the NDC minority must become the majority from Wednesday next week.
Idrisu saying all the majority MPs who are contesting as independent candidates forfeit their seat. And here, critic one is saying, yes, I support Mr. Haruna Idrisu on this. All those MPs who have filed to contest as independent candidates must not be allowed to enter the Parliament House because they have forfeited their seats by virtue of filing to contest as independent candidates. So that is why Haruna Idrisu has been in the trends since yesterday. We also have Rhys James trending. Rhys James is the captain for Chelsea Football Club in London, the UK. And he's trending because he has been out for a while, a very long time. And yesterday he returned to training. And the team posted on their handle that Rhys James is back. And Malik is saying, I am not gassed until he plays 7 games without injury. I don't want to get my heart broken again. So for a while now, he has been going on a back-to-back injuries, and that is why Malik is saying he's not gassed because he can go back to injury anytime soon. So with Rhys James in the trends, now let's move straight into the world of sports. So in sports, yesterday, Algeria played a match against Togo, and Algeria secured their first spot in the AFCON 2025 versus that will be played in Morocco. Aside that, there were other matches that took place. So Cameroon defeated Kenya by a 1-0. The Gambia also defeated Madagascar with a 1-0. And Equatorial Guinea scored 2, Liberia got 1 consolation. Zimbabwe also scored 3 and Namibia got 1 from that one. Eswatini stayed home and got defeated by Mozambique with 3-0. And that was the matches for yesterday. Today the AFCON matches continue with Egypt staying at home to face Mauritania. We also have Sudan facing Ghana. We have Lesotho facing Gabon. Also Mauritania facing Egypt. I've said that already. And we have Congo facing South Africa. Niger will face Angola. Guinea-Bissau will face Mali. Sierra Leone will also face Ivory Coast. And Botswana will face Cape Verde. Rwanda will also face Benin. And Comoros will face Tunisia. Central African Republic will also face Morocco. And Libya will face Nigeria. That match was declared forfeited by the Nigeria Football Federation. But CAF is looking at allowing the match to come on. We will bring you the news surrounding that match. Also, we have Malawi that will stay home and face Senegal tomorrow. And South Sudan will also face Uganda tomorrow at 2 p.m. Tanzania will face DR Congo. And Chad will face Zambia at 2 p.m. tomorrow. And still on the AFCON qualifiers, Ghana faces Sudan today at 1 p.m. And Coach Otuado met with the media team on Monday, 14th October, and he touched on belief, team spirit, and passion in the qualifiers against Angola and Sudan. He stated that he believes Ghana will not be unlucky for the 3rd consecutive time. So, yesterday at the press conference that he met the media team in Libya, he said the team have been facing some hard times when they faced Niger and when they faced Angola. All those ones were unlucky times. But this time around, the team will not be unlucky because you don't face teams for 3 consecutive times and you still go unlucky. And he was using some Twi expression to make his statement. Let's listen to what he said.
Very satisfied with the training. I think the boys adapted well. They're willing to show what they can, and to make the last result out of their heads. And I think it's obvious that we need goals. We created a lot of chances against Angola. We deserved to win this game. We didn't play well against Niger. In the last game, I think we also deserved to win. Very, very unlucky. But there's a speech in German like alle guten Dinge sind 3. So like I think English is 3 times lucky. So I think we had 2 good games with Angola and also a last game with Sudan at home.
That is Coach Otuado expressing how he believes the team will not face another unlucky time today at 1 p.m. So we wait to see what will happen at 1 p.m. when Black Stars faces Sudan. And that brings us to the end of sports and trends for today. I am Godwin Upukuoche.
just gone by was trends and then sports update from Godwin Opoku-Ochre. Let's do some health tips, and as we are still in the month of October, we are still observing the breast cancer awareness, and October is recognized as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, that's BCAM, an annual global campaign to raise awareness, educate and support individuals affected by breast cancer. Breast cancer affects 1 in 8 women worldwide. Key risk factors include family history, genetic mutation, age, dense breast, radiation exposure, and certain lifestyle choices. While some risks are uncontrollable, maintaining a healthy lifestyle can reduce the likelihood, and these are tips for prevention. You need to exercise regularly, maintain a healthy weight, limit alcohol consumption, as we learned last week, avoid smoking, and then breastfeed as well if possible. Conduct regular self-exams. Now, early detection and screening significantly improves survival rate. The American Cancer Society reveals that. Then you need to also bear in mind that the annual mammograms for women to 45 to 54, also mammograms every other year for women is very vital. Clinical breast cancer every year, and you also need to bear in mind that you need to get to clinical exam, as I've just said, monthly self breast exams, and you're good to go. Let's watch this video from some physician assistants final year students from the University of Cape Coast sharing some tips on breast cancer awareness. We'll come back with more.
Hello there. October is here once again, and as you all know, this is the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. But did you know that breast cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer among women worldwide and here in Ghana as well?
Yes, indeed. Breast cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women here in Ghana. Though the main cause of breast cancer is still unknown, there are certain risk factors that could easily predispose one to breast cancer. So I will be discussing the risk factors of breast cancer, and I've grouped them into two. We have the modifiable and the non-modifiable. Let me begin with the non-modifiable. With the non-modifiable, it has increasing age, that is 35 and above. So women aged 35 and above are prone to getting breast cancer. We also have the family history, that is your first degree relative with breast cancer. It could be your mother or your sister. And also, being a woman predisposes you to breast cancer. Moving on to the modifiable risk factors, we have diets. With the diets, we have high intake of processed meats or high intake of red meats, predisposes you to breast cancer. We also have lifestyle, that is sedentary lifestyle. That is why our ladies, our women, you have to be active, because physical inactivity predisposes you to breast cancer.
Alright, so some of the signs and symptoms of breast cancer include lump in the breast, change in size, shape and color of the breast, nipple discharge and nipple retraction. That is why it is very important to do breast examination so that you report any findings or changes to your nearby health facility.
And that you know the signs and symptoms of breast cancer and the risk factors, it is important for you to know some of the steps you can take in order to reduce your chances of getting breast cancer. You need to maintain a healthy weight. You need to avoid drinking. You need to avoid smoking. So remember, early detection saves life. Thank you.
Those were some tips of some university students from the University of Cape Coast, the physician assistant final year students of the University of Cape Coast, sharing their tips on breast cancer awareness. Now, if diagnosed or supporting a loved one, you need to remember to seek a second opinion and consult with a breast specialist. Join support groups, explore financial assistance programs, and stay informed through credible sources. That you can also stay informed by joining or getting information from the National Breast Cancer Foundation. And also, breast cancer is often perceived as women's health issue, but men are also at risk. While relatively rare, male breast cancer accounts for approximately 1% of all breast cancer diagnoses. According to American Cancer Society, about 2,650 new cases of invasive breast cancer will be diagnosed in men, resulting in around 480 deaths. Men breast cancer can risk increases with age, family history, genetic mutation, radiation, exposure, and certain medical conditions. Symptoms include lumps, changes in breast size or shape, nipple discharge, and skin irritation. Early detection is crucial, and men should seek medical attention if they notice any usual change. So awareness and education are essential to promoting early detection and supporting men affected by the breast cancer. So remember that men are also likely, they even do get breast cancer as well. So remember and also to be aware and be educated that these keys in fighting breast cancer will help you. So share your knowledge, show support, and wear pink to promote BCAM, that's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Real men wear pink. So step out and add your voice. That's all we have for you on Health Tips right here on ABC in the Morning. My name is Andy Opondich. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back with more.
Free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia #1 on the ballot.
welcome back. I know you enjoyed the trends, the sports, and the health segments, especially this month of October. It is great that you go to the hospital and seek some medical attention, have your breast checked, because early detection saves life. So we encourage you, all ladies, to do well to have your breast checked, and men too. You should have your breast checked. The incidence of breast cancer in men isn't too high, but there's nothing wrong with seeking some medical attention. Let's get straight into our business fix for today, where we are looking at Ghana's hospitality industry and whether it is doing enough or not. So we are grading the gateway. Is Ghana's hospitality industry doing enough? There are luxurious resorts to cozy bed and breakfasts, hotels and all in Ghana here, especially as Ghana has become one of the luxurious and holiday destinations in the world and in Africa. So many people come here year in and year out. It's not just a December destination anymore. All through the year we have people visiting the country, and Ghanaians also taking advantage of all of the beautiful hotels and hospitality facilities around. But these things, these hotels, these bed and breakfasts, these luxurious places play a crucial role in shaping our traveling experiences, and governments worldwide recognize the economic potential of tourism. And because of that, they invest heavily in hospitality infrastructure. In Ghana, government has allocated $1.2 billion to develop tourism attractions, tourist attractions, and upgrade hotels. The benefits are clear. The benefits of these investments are clear. That tourism generates jobs, it stimulates the local economy, and showcases cultural heritage all across Ghana, from Accra right up until Wa in the Upper West region to Zebila. Wherever you go through, you will see that tourism generates jobs. It stimulates the local economy. Places that locals are the ones who have to do the jobs. You can take it for any other people but the locals, and tourism gives them an avenue to express themselves there. And tourism also helps us to showcase our cultural heritage. Because of tourism, you can move from Accra, go to the central region, go and visit there, all of the beautiful things there. You can go to Kumasi, go and see all of the beautiful things there. And because of that, it is tourism that has given us the opportunity. In 2020, travel and tourism alone contributed 4.2% of employment in the country. Without tourism, those 4.2%, where would they have found expression in their work? But because of tourism, some 4.2% employment went into the tourism sector, whilst in the previous year before, the total contribution of the industry covered 6% of the country's total employment. It shows you how much tourism plays a role in our economy and all. Despite these gains, however, and government support to the tourism sector, Ghana's hotel fraternity still faces several challenges that hinders the growth in the sector. It is no news when you hear that some hotels struggle, but you ask yourself, these hotels, aren't they situated in places where tourism is booming? Yes, they are, but why are they struggling? Why are they facing some challenges? And the challenges they face also hinder their growth. The concerns there are that the hotel fraternity is not living to its capacity as it stands, and currently largely dominated by foreign hotels. How many of the hotels are Ghanaian owned? How many Ghanaians can own and run their hotels? Because of that, most of the hotels are owned by foreign entities, and the locals are not finding too much expression in saying that in this area where there's tourism, the hotel is owned by a Ghanaian. It also is affecting the local industry a bit and affecting local investments. If a hotel is owned by foreign entities, it means that they will be sending money back home, they will be remitting back home the monies that they make. The local investments, what does it mean for us? What does it mean for the local industry? Dr. Akanyame is the chairman of the Greater Accra Association of Hotels. Dr. Akanyame is the chairman of the Greater Accra Association of Hotels, and let's speak with him, find out how the hotels are faring and what can be done to better place them so that they enjoy the tourism industry as it is, because it is a booming and thriving industry, and the locals must also experience it as the tourism industry builds. Hello, Dr. Akanya Meche. Sorry. Yes, Akanya Meche. My apologies. Hello, Dr. Akanya Meche. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. You need further apologies because the name is Dr. Edward Akanyameke.
Nyameke. Sir, my apologies. My apologies.
That's all right. That's all right.
I do have two friends who are called Nyameke. So
yes,
I'm
Nyameke,
familiar with
exactly.
your name. My apologies for that.
Exactly. And I'm the president, the national president of the Ghana Hotels Association.
Thank you,
not
sir.
Greater Accra.
Thank you, Doc.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We have joining us Dr. Akanyameke. He is the president of the Association of Hotel Owners. Thank you for joining us this morning. We are looking at your industry that plays such a crucial role to us as a people. So many people come into Ghana to visit the various tourist attractions. Even Ghanaians travel from their homes to visit the various tourist attractions. And where will we sleep if not your hotels? Where will we stay if not your facilities that will give us a good place to relax? How has government investment impacted the hospitality industry in the country? We understand government has made significant investments over the years. How have those investments impacted the hospitality industry?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about an industry that I love so much and have dedicated a good chunk of my time in recent times to it. To begin with, you are right in saying that the tourism and hospitality industry is a very important one with a lot of benefits to the country and, of course, other countries that are engaged in it. You can talk about employment, you can talk about foreign exchange earnings, you can also talk about contribution to development through the payment of tax and levies. Okay, so that is how important the industry is. Now, when you talk about government or the state's investment in the sector, you can also look at it from various angles, because this is an industry that relies on every aspect of the economy or every aspect of the country. You cannot have good tourism without good transportation. You cannot have tourism without good medical facilities or health facilities. You cannot have good tourism without tourism sites. You cannot have good tourism without restaurants, without hotels, as you rightly mentioned. Now, you can also have good tourism without marketing the country as a destination of choice to those outside the country and sometimes even to those within the country. Okay, so these are areas that you can say that the government has over the years invested in to ensure that Ghana becomes a destination of choice. And if the records are anything to go by, you can tell that we continue to receive a good chunk of visitors into the country, even though there's more room for improvement. We made a huge mark during the year of return, as you are aware, because there was that special focus on the tourism industry, marking the 400 years of slavery. And the figures told the whole story, that with much investment in marketing, with much investment in other aspects of tourism, we will certainly make the numbers. So that is how to look at government's investment in tourism. It cannot be only directly in tourism, but anything that promotes the country as a destination of choice can be considered as an investment in tourism.
Well, anything that promotes the country as a destination of choice. Dr. Nyameke, For hoteliers, what are some of the challenges you are facing in Ghana at the moment, and what are the very significant things governments can do so that your challenges are mitigated for you to freely and adequately work to reach the potential that hotels are supposed to reach in the country?
Right. So when it comes to challenges, there are a number of things that you can talk about. And usually high on the list is the cost of operation, because the hotel industry is basically a business. So the bottom line is the profit margins, period. So you balance your inflows with your outflows, and if there's a positive balance, you are in business. If there's a negative balance, you are in trouble. You could fall out of business. So the cost of operation is very important, and we have various components of that cost of operation. It depends on a number of things, from interest rates to cost of borrowing. You also have the foreign exchange rate, you have inflation, you have utility tariffs. Okay, I'm sure you are aware that now the PRC adjusts tariffs every quarter. Okay, and for now it's been more of an upward adjustment most of the time. So tariffs is also an issue there, and of course the general cost of living, which we've had to grapple with for the past 2 or 3 years since the COVID struck. Another aspect has to do with taxes, which is also related to the cost of operation, because at the end of the day, we pay a number of taxes in the form of value-added tax. The case is always made that value-added tax it's not a direct cost to the hotel. But you see, my dear, if the value-added tax is high, it means that the client or the guest also has to pay more. And when the guest is paying more, then it has an impact on our occupancy, which is why sometimes it's a challenge.
Dr. Carr.
And then we also have the direct, yeah.
Yes. So would you expect, or would you be looking forward to government through some initiatives give you some tax reliefs in your industry?
Oh yes, and I must say that we've had some fruitful engagement with the two leading political parties going into the December 7, 2024 elections. And in both cases, we pushed for them to take a critical look at the taxes regime as far as our industry is concerned. And I must say that the response has been positive. First of all, we've been pushing for a consolidation of the tax, because we think there are too many taxes that we are confronted with, and also they are also at levels that are high. So we've had that meaningful discussion with the two political parties, and the feedback or the response is that they are definitely going to look at consolidation and also reduction of the taxes. Okay. So that's the response to it.
Consolidation and reduction, and I'm sure that it's one of the things that you will look forward to, and because it will have a rippling effect on your customers, they also will be happy. We are getting into Christmas. A lot of people will get out of their homes and want to spend their time in places, and they will have to use your facilities as the hospitality industry. Are there any initiatives the association is putting together so that consumers can also enjoy themselves during the Christmas?
Right, good point. I always say that hotels are always prepared and ready for business. It doesn't matter whether it's a festivity period or whether it's a festival period. What it only suggests is that during such time they go a step further. They go a step further to ensure that they meet the requirements of the teeming visitors who go to the hotel. So every hotel is always ready and open for business. We also go the extra mile by organizing special programs like special lunch, special dinner, buffet here and there. And then also, because of the period, we also have families and organizations coming for what we generally have known as a MICE, that's meetings, incentives, and conferences and exhibitions. And then we have birthday parties and events. Okay, so all these things happen during the festivities, like the Unitide. So yes, the hotels are very ready. And again, I'm sure you're aware of the December in GH, which the Ghana Tourism Authority has been promoting over the past few years. And that also means that we are going to get a lot of visitors in the country like the other years. And it all adds up to the excitement. And the hotels are ready to provide comfort. They are ready to provide safe environment, secure the environment, and of course, in some cases, luxury for those who have the extra budget to take care.
Well,
so our hotels are very ready.
Okay. Dr. Akanyameke, thank you. But this conversation doesn't end, because we'd like to get more into the hotel industry and how you rate, because now we want to book a hotel and we are looking at the rating. Is there 5 stars, is there 3 stars, is there 2 stars? So with your kind permission, I'll be coming back to you as the week goes by, and then we will have the conversation more on hotels in Ghana.
My dear, anytime.
Thank you. Dr. Akanyameke is the president of the Ghana Hotels Association, and this conversation on hotels and what to expect. Christmas is coming, and I know that you would be traveling with your family. Do well to visit a Ghanaian hotel and enjoy yourself. But the conversation doesn't end. More will be coming. That's all for Business Fix. We'll be heading straight into our main discussion for the day.
Advertise your brand or business on ABC News GH Television. Call us on 030-278-8645 or 050-993-0360 to secure your slot. You can advertise your brand or business on ABC News GH Television. Call us on 030-278-8645 or 050-993-0360 to secure your slot.
staying with us, let's get straight into our main discussion, where the Electoral Commission says that the online voter register exhibition begins today online, and so you're supposed to use a short code *711*51# to access it and see whether your details are there, and that it is free of charge actually. And this exercise is part of the Commission's efforts to clean the voters register ahead of the final compilation for the 2024 general elections. And this online exhibition allows voters to review their information and report any discrepancies for correction by the Commission. So you either visit the website of the Electoral Commission, or you use the USSD code *711*51# free of charge. Also, on the preparations, the Electoral Commission has officially released the ballot statistics, the statistics that will guide the printing of ballots for both the presidential and the parliamentary elections ahead of the elections. They released it yesterday, and it comes when the preparations for the elections are in full swing. You remember that the EC has started printing notice of poll. They started printing the notice of poll. Now they have released the ballot statistics so that after the parties have perused, they can go ahead and print the ballot. Let's speak with Madi Jibril, who is the Deputy Director of Elections for the NDC, on these developments. Good morning, Madi. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Hello, Madi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. The EC has finally released the ballot statistics to the various political parties for you to peruse. Have you studied the statistics yet?
Let me say good morning to your viewers this morning. Yes, the Electoral Commission has released the statistics of the ballot printing, but there's nothing to check with what they have sent to us. We have received the information, the data. However, you can only check the accuracy of it if you have the register with you. As I speak to you, we are yet to receive the provisional register.
So it means that the non-receipt of the register are some of the concerns that you have with receiving the statistics.
Yes, because you see, it is a register that you can use the basis for you to do your analysis. For what they are giving us, if a polling station that they provide that is 731, it is a register that you can confirm to us whether it's 721. So until we receive that register to do the analysis of it, we cannot say anything about the statistics that they are giving to us. But we can say that what they have given to us now is a provisional statistics.
Have you written to EC to inform them of the constraints you are facing because they haven't given you the register?
You know, they promised to give us the register today, and today is the day that we are meeting at Ipac. Original letter they wrote to us, it was dated in 2023 that they will receive, signed by Bossman. This morning they have sent another letter that was signed by the same Bossman. That is today 11 o'clock. That is the kind of confused Electoral Commission we are having. But we are meeting them at 11 o'clock, which we believe they will release the register for us today so that we can use that one to do our analysis based on the statistics and the exhibition that is going on.
Okay. So when you get to Ipac, I believe that some of these things will be ironed out so that we can have more conversation on this.
Sure.
Yes. Well, Madi, as part of the activities of the Electoral Commission, today the exhibition of the voters register begins online. Have you engaged voters? Have you sensitized especially your members on how to go about it? The EC has given a USSD code to check free of charge. In addition, has added that their website is available. Have you engaged your voters and also members of the general public so that you can sensitize them on checking so that it goes in your favor?
We have started all this education, but I believe the Electoral Commission could have also do more than what we are doing. But I can say on authority that even with this short code that we started today, people have started having problem with it.
Which kind of problems?
As somebody has just said his name, but it bears somebody's name.
Well, the EC says that when you find any discrepancies, you can report
but
to
this is what we raised and said they corrected. This is the thing that we raised, that their IT system has a problem. It needs a forensic audit. They argue, they came to do showbiz in terms of their presentation. And today, this morning, somebody used his voter ID card to check. His name didn't appear, somebody's name that appeared.
So since now you see that some people still have some issues with their names, would you be going to Ipac with some of these evidences to show to the EC when you get there?
You see, the EC have decided to behave as if they are speaking for a political party. And they are not ready to learn from the challenges that they are going through.
But
we raise these issues, we raise it to them that, you see, checking your name on the short code doesn't necessarily mean that your name will be in the register.
Well, the EC says that come with the evidence. How about today? You just go
I'm
all
saying
of
that
these.
This is one of the many that will come. But the challenge we have with this online issue is that should it be you who is checking your name, perhaps maybe you have checked your name on the short code and there's a problem. You have to go to the district office to do in fact the correction. Another challenge that is going to confront people again. So it's not just that you are checking your name on the short code, because individuals will check. But even the party that is supposed to have the Electoral Commission to solve this problem, the EC has not given out the register yet.
Well, Madi, today you are going for Ipac. I want to believe, and my audience we also want to believe that when you go to Ipac, you would iron out some of these so that we can see the way forward as we get to the elections.
Sure, we'll do that. We'll do that as usual. At any given time, the NDC will always suggest solutions for the problems. So you'll see what today when we meet at 11 o'clock, whatever challenges we have, we'll raise it with them.
Whatever challenges you have, you raise it with them. Okay, Madi, thank you for joining us this morning. Madi Jibril is the Deputy Director of Elections for the NDC. He says that they have indeed received the statistics, but without the provisional voters register, there's really nothing they can do with the statistics, and they're expecting that the EC release the provisional register to them so that they can juxtapose it against the statistics. However, the Electoral Commission is exhibiting the online provisional voters register today. They have started today and it's online. You can use the USSD short code *711*51# and also visit their website, the Electoral Commission's website, so that you can check for your names, and if there are any discrepancies, you can alert the EC so that the EC corrects it. It's this conversation we've been having, and Madi says that there are people who have already started finding the discrepancies in their names, with their names as captured in the voters register, and the NDC says that these are some of the things they've been drumming home over and over again. We have joining us the Communications Director for the Movement for Change, Nanayao Sapong. Thank you for joining us, Nanayao.
Just to correct you, I'm not Communications Director. I am a political assistant to the presidential candidate, Alan Tremonton.
Well noted, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
The Electoral Commission has presented all of the statistics to the political parties. At Movement for Change, have you received the statistics?
We haven't received any. If I understood the communique this put out, it means that they are to give us the statistics today. That is the understanding I have of what they put out there. And so if they are saying they have, then Movement for Change, we have not.
You have not received it. Okay, but you will be going for the Ipac meeting today.
I'm here already.
You are, okay.
I'm waiting for my senior colleague to join me, Nana Ohininto to join me pretty soon.
So we can be assured.
We were of the view that it was 10 a.m., but upon getting here, I am told that it's 11. But we have some of the reps from some of the other political parties who were actually here even before I got here. And so, yes.
So we can be assured that you will furnish us with what transpires as per what movements of change, if movements of change is happy with the conversation that goes on at Ipac today.
Well, we are here to listen to them. We are here to hear what they have to say, and then also if we have issues to raise, we will raise, of course. Prior to this meeting, we had already stated our stance, very clear. We were very explicit in our wordings that once we are part of the elections for 2024, the ones we are on the ballot, then it means that we would be part of every single meeting that would have an effect on any decision that will be taken as against the 2024 elections. And so that's why we're here. I mean, I said on one of the networks today, I said whether we're invited or not, whether it was intentional or not, we would be here. We are here, and we would sit in the meeting.
And many have raised concerns concerning the exhibition of the voters register online, citing that some Ghanaians are not too technologically savvy to be able to access some of these provisions that the Electoral Commission has made using the.
Don't even drag your question. How long did it take you for your producer to get through to my number? Meanwhile, I was holding my phone. You see, you only decide to go this line when you have every single infrastructure in place, and then you are confident that your infrastructure can support these kind of decisions. I hope you get it. Now, we do not have this kind of infrastructure. 2, what is the internet connectivity, percentage of internet connectivity in Ghana? 3, how many of our people are able to, literally, let me put it, how many of our people are able to navigate through smartphones to be able to use shortcodes? You get it. What we should be doing, or what Ghanaians were calling out for, was a proper audit of the register. You said that you are still going to give us the opportunity to do a re-exhibition. That is fair enough. But when you are giving us the opportunity for re-exhibition, we should do it properly so that the average Ghanaian would be able to use a system which you provide us. In fact, I agree. Should you even do it at the polling stations, how many of our people would go? But it depends on how you have even publicly made it known to the people. My dear, let's be honest. When did you hear that the EC was going to do re-exhibition? When did you get that information?
When you went
was it on last night, or was it this dawn?
Now, when you went for Ipac, EC mentioned that they would be re-exhibiting it. So please continue to make your point.
I didn't go for Ipac. I was not part of the Ipac. They told us we were not a party, so we didn't sit in. But I'm asking you as a broadcast journalist, when did you hear that EC was going to do re-exhibition?
Well, I think we should continue with the point you are making.
I don't want us to continue because, you see, you are a little above the average Ghanaian. And so when you are not even able to openly state when you heard it, because you never heard it, only heard it today, it's because the EC has not been able to do its publicity well. They are supposed to be able to do a proper publicity, media engagement. They are supposed to do a proper community engagement for people to even understand and keep the itinerary they have put out there. But when we want to do things the way we want to do it, and doing it and giving people the opportunity to raise doubts in the work we do, then this is where we find ourselves.
Well, no, you mentioned something interesting right now by saying that at the last Ipac you were not invited because they said you're not a political party. However, today you tell me you are at Ipac. What changed?
Not that they have invited us, if you heard me right. I said we have invited ourselves. We have invited ourselves because we are on the ballot paper. We have invited ourselves because there are some political parties that are part of Ipac that are not on the ballot paper that would have no business in December 2024. And so those persons cannot take decisions that will be, or brainstorm on decisions that will be binding on us who would be on the ballot or who are on the ballot and have a business in December 2024. I don't know if you make an understanding of what I'm saying.
Yeah, yes, I do. I get what you're saying.
I am part of the elections. I am on the ballot. Ipac, they say, is not a decision-making body. But it is at Ipac we brainstorm. It is at Ipac we raise issues. It is at Ipac we discuss. Whatever we are discussing has the end effect in December 2024 general elections. Am I right?
Yes.
Now, I am on the ballot, and you tell me because I'm not a political party, I cannot be at Ipac. Then you make people who are not on the ballot, who have no business in December 2024, go to Bristol and take decisions for me. No one is saying I'm being. So we have invited ourselves. Because you see, the first time when we came, after we qualified, and they told us we're not a political party, we mentioned to them, listen, then create a platform where all 13 candidates will be treated equally. Because you didn't give us a different structure and procedure to follow to qualify. We use the same structures, we use the same procedures, just as the political parties, and we qualify. You get it? And so, treat us all equally. Do not go discuss issues with them, come to us, and come and discuss same issues with us. Then at what point do you meet? They said they were going to get back to us. We sat there, we sent reminders, we kept calling them. They never did it. Anytime they have sent notices or letters of invitation for meetings and stuff, we get them at the last minute. So today.
So are you saying that the EC is sidelining you in the decisions they take?
We do not want to conclude yet. But today we are here. We have invited ourselves. Whatever the commissioners would have to say, they have to say it today. And we are here to listen. We would hear it today.
Okay. You are at Ipac to listen, but I'm sure you also have something to say to the EC. What are some of the things you'll be tabling? You have talked about forensic audits. Beyond that,
otherwise they have made their agenda known. We have a lot of issues. Once they make their agenda known, we would also speak out.
Once they make the agenda known, you also speak out. Okay. Nani, I will be coming to you more for conversations on these. As you're at Ipac, it's interesting to note that today you have invited yourselves to the Ipac meeting. It means you quite have a lot you would want the EC and Ghana to know.
Yeah, it is not about what I want the EC to know. You are going to brainstorm on issues that is going to be binding on me tomorrow. And you do not want me to be part of those meetings at first hand. And my competitors are there. I mean, how you only
well, but Nana, before you go, your flag bearer is torn. He has a lot to say. He's proposed some initiatives that he believes will help the country and advance the country. How is it going so far? How is the reception on the grounds?
It's been so beautiful. We've had very good times in the Ashanti region. They have accepted us. They have. In fact, if you've gone to the communities and the markets, then you will know that people really have even a better understanding of the great transformational plan than we those who are in the urban cities and we think that we are reading. They have a simple way of understanding these issues and solutions that have been policy prescriptions that have been prescribed by Alan Tremontin even better than some of us. All right, and what they are looking out for is somebody who would better manage the economy with this current high debt, and somebody who create jobs and bring cash to the people. Somebody who would deal with the issue of nuisance taxes and all of that. So they've accepted us. The vice presidential candidate is also touring in other parts of Ghana. So while the flag bearer, Alan Tremontin, was in the Ashanti region, still doing Ashanti flag, the vice presidential candidate was in Oti, he was in Central, Volta. Currently, the wife of the presidential candidate and others are also leading a team also in the Eastern region. So we are doing a simultaneous caravan tour, and then we are bringing the issues to the doorstep of the ordinary Ghanaian.
A caravan tour, simultaneous caravan tour, and bringing the issues to the doorsteps of Ghanaians. We'll be looking forward to speaking with you the more, especially on today's conversation at Ipac. Thank you for joining us, Nanayao.
Thank you.
Nanayao Sapon of the Movement for Change. The discussion is on the online exhibition of the voters register that begins today. EC has given a short code, a USSD code, that you can check for your name and your particulars free of charge. *711*51#. *711*51#. Additionally, you could visit the EC's website and also check for your name and your particulars as we inch towards 7th December. NDC says that they have received the statistics for the printing of the ballots, but they have not received the provisional voters register, and because of that, they just cannot make meaning of what is happening. If there's nothing to juxtapose, there really isn't nothing to look at when it comes to the statistics. And Nane Al-Sapon says today at IPAC meeting, the movements of change have invited themselves to the IPAC meeting because during the last IPAC meeting, they were not invited because they were told they are not a political party. But if this conversation is any conversation to go by, especially as it is a conversation about the elections, and the movements of change, are part of the elections, they aren't going to allow parties who are not even contesting in the presidential elections to go and take decisions that will have a bearing on them, the movement of change. So today, at today's IPAC meeting, the movement of change have invited themselves to the table because they must be part of the conversation. They must know what is in the conversation so that they can also take decisions that will have bearing on them. So there's the discussion on IPAC, the discussion on the voters register. NDC is calling that, is saying they are still speaking on the fact that the EC is not doing the things that the NDC is asking that they do. They said that in speaking with Madi Jibril, he said that someone has checked his name and you still see the discrepancies that the NDC were talking about, and for that reason why they called for an audit of the IT systems and the voter register. So these are some of the conversations happening at the moment. Nane Al-Sapon says that we do not have the necessary infrastructure to roll out an online voters exhibition, because if people are having issues navigating the online terrain, having issues even navigating their small phones, how will they be able to check for their names using a USSD? That even you look at the internet connectivity in Ghana and how it does not reach everybody and everywhere. This is not the right time to be having online voters register exhibition. So it is to some extent dead on arrival, and don't believe that it should be happening like that at the moment. We are looking forward to the conversation at IPAC and the matters arising. Let us remind you that there is a regional town hall meeting happening today, and ABC News GH will be bringing it to you live. So for those of you very much interested in town hall meetings, today's town hall meeting will be held at the Vix Court in Pedu in Cape Coast in the Central region. At Vix Court Pedu at Cape Coast in the Central region. It's happening today 15th October 2024. And those speaking at the regional town hall meeting are Honorable Justina Marigold Asan, who is the Central Regional Minister. We have Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, who is the Minister for Information, Honorable Mavis Hawa Kumsin, who is the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, and also Dr. Anthony Nsiasare, the Presidential Advisor on Health. Dr. Anthony Nsiasare, the Presidential Advisor on Health. So today, the regional town hall meeting is in the Central Region, happening at Vic's Court in Pedu in Cape Coast, and ABC News GH will do well to bring you the live coverage. So if you cannot make it to Cape Coast, at least you can make it from your TV or from your phone when you're watching on our channel on YouTube, ABC News GH, our channel on YouTube, ABC News GH, and we'll bring you all of the updates from the town hall meeting on our website, www.abcnewsgh.com. We are still having this conversation on online voters register exhibition. It has started today, and wherever you are, from the comfort of your smartphone, wherever, you either use the USSD code, which is free of charge, or you go online to the EC's website to check. We have Kwesi Botre Jr. Esquire. He is a member of the NPP communications team, and he joins us for this conversation on the online voters registration. Hello Kwesi, thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning, thank you very much for having me.
Kwesi, the EC says that they are rolling out the voters register exhibition today online. Is the MPP happy about this?
Thank you very much. Good morning to you. Good morning to everybody watching us. The NPP is happy about it because the voter exhibition exercise is a process that ensures fairness and transparency. And I think that it's an opportunity for every voter to check the details with the commission, and also to enable the commission rectify any anomalies or errors with the register. And so I think that the exhibition exercise is a very critical and important part of our electoral process, which the MPP, of course, is happy about. So far as it enhances transparency, fairness, and then there's a free and fair election, the NPP is happy about it.
Okay, the MPP is happy about the exhibition. Have you received the statistics that the EC says they have sent, the ballot statistics, and are you okay with it?
I think personally I am okay with it, because I think that for me, I think so far the EC is undertaking its work with the needed caution and then the needed efficiency, because this election is a very critical one for the two forerunners, the NPP and the NP. And so I think that the EC being at the center stage of this crucial and critical election, the EC knows what is at hand and the expectation of all Ghanaians. All what every Ghanaian wants is really credible and transparent elections. And so I think that the EC is doing well so far. They've done very well with the process. And for me, what excites me the most is their decision to telecast live their inter-party advisory committee meetings, that's the Ipac meetings. And so I think that the EC so far has done well. And I also believe that all political parties and independent candidates are also excited about the processes that the EC has laid down and the ongoing, exhibition exercise and all those things.
Okay. Kwesi, today is Ipac and NPP will be at Ipac. What are some of the things you are looking out for by the end of the conversation at Ipac?
I think that today there should be a conclusive date as to when the ballot papers are going to be printed, because I saw a press release, I think 2 days ago, but later the EC issued another statement. And so I think that from today there should be a clear direction, there should be a clear roadmap. I am expecting the EC to lay down their roadmap with days, so that every Ghanaian will know that on so and so date, this is what is going to happen. On so and so date, this is what the EC is going to. And so I think that today that is what I'm expecting. But in general, so far as it's going to be shown live on TV, we are all going to see the contributions of the various political parties. In times past, some people will go to Ipac and will not be able to make any cogent case at Ipac and run onto the media and come and vilify and call the EC name. But now the EC's decision to telecast live their meeting, I think that has enhanced transparency, has also exposed certain persons who only want ill for the EC. And so today we are all, going to watch the process, and then we wish the EC well. We wish all political parties.
Okay, you wish the EC well and you wish all the political parties well. So that is Kwesi Boche Jr. Esquire. He is a member of the NPP communications team. Thank you for joining us, Kwesi.
Thank you so much for having me.
Kwesi says that at Ipac today, he's looking forward to the EC establishing a conclusive date for the ballot printing so that there is a clear roadmap for what is to come at the end of the day. This is a conversation on the online voters register exhibition that the EC commences today. For those who have to check or want to check, and it's necessary that you check, use the USSD code *711*51#, *711*51#, and it is free of charge. Also, you could visit the EC's website and check your name and your particulars. Let's take a break. We will be back.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia.
Amantin Agro-Processing Company Limited. We're producing 300 tons of industrial starch daily from 1,200 tons of fresh cassava.
Me hu se nyado ani ama tractor etimi aba yekrom ho amantin mansim bi se tractor si we se begu ho no nyado ano enti bra na baako efre me se ye pese do bagiafuo no me de nsan nyina so mu enya gidie mbehu ha se adwuma na yekoso no enti me de masase nyina be 18 acres edidua banchen e wonu medikan ba mu ne de aboa wonu pa sentina me hu sa akokoa ene amante adwuma na aboa wonu entina me so me force say fasa wachi ene afrefre so ono so me force say also obetimi ayede aboa ye
na banchi adwuma no ba he banifo baba mtie na mi misem wayem ntimi de me ho kodron banchi kuo no ese banchi ne die metim na mi se nyame din nti ebeyi
na do one district petre no odi aba no oso ye nsa yie pa obi amfa ne nsa nso yie
o ma mpanyini one district pa aboa me pa.
Importance, which is the New Patriotic Party's manifesto on governance and jobs. This is a unique opportunity for us, especially for us as law students, to delve into the political vision, policies and strategies of one of the nation's leading political parties, the New Patriotic Party. In a time where misinformation has become the order of the day, where people are quick to post on their WhatsApp status, on Twitter and on Instagram, often leading to the misconstruing of political information, today's event is not just about listening, but also
You're still watching ABC in the morning. Yesterday, a tragic incident occurred at Buduburam on the Accra-Winneba highway. It was very unfortunate that something like this would happen. It left 3 people dead and over 30 injured. There was a rock blasting by a construction company, and in blasting the rock, there was extensive damage, and not only to property but lives, human lives were lost. Very unfortunate that something like that would happen, especially as we are inching closer to the end of the year and people are looking forward to spending the time with their friends and their families. 3 persons have been confirmed dead and several others have sustained various degrees of injuries. The people of Buduburam have been very mad about this because someone having to die because of another's recklessness is quite disturbing. My colleague Eric Melo is on grounds at Buduburam to bring us all of the updates from there. But before we speak to Melo, for those of us who have not seen what happened or they have not heard what happened, let's take a look at Buduburam. Yesterday, the administrator of the St. Gregory Hospital, where most of those who sustained injuries were sent, spoke to the media. Let's take a listen.
We will equip the officers there and they will take you around in case you need to see your relative. We thank you for sympathizing with everybody.
Well, in the first video you saw blasting of the rock. The storefront had all been shattered. The glass in front of the store had been shattered. Unfortunately, not just property were affected by the blasts. Human lives have been lost. human lives, Ghanaians have died because of this blast. And the people of Buduburam are quite obviously angry about what has happened. The question is, what systems of security and safety were put in place before the blasting of the rock started? The persons who it's quite distressing that people have died because of the work somebody was doing. My colleague Eric Cheneboamelo is at Buduburam to give us live updates. Good morning, Eric.
Hello, Abina. Good morning.
How is it at Buduburam this morning?
Well, so the situation, as reports circulated yesterday on social media, we also are here to confirm the situation as to whether or not indeed it has happened. So yes, currently as we do speak, I am at Buduburam, specifically camp off the Winnipeg Road. So people actually here have actually suffered huge losses. Now, if viewers will recall, we know that there have been some construction going on the Buduburam Road, specifically off to the Winnipeg Road. Now, this construction, we are aware that it has been given to a company called Not Famous. Now, what residents here tell us is that most often when there is going to be an ongoing explosion or breaking of the rocks, because the road construction has some very huge rocks that the contractors are finding it quite difficult to break. So oftentimes when there's time for a breakage, more like trying to break up the rock or an explosive, they inform the residents about it. Unfortunately for them yesterday, the contractor and his team did not give them heads up. They were not notified on time, and unfortunately there was a serious explosion over here, which as seen on our TV, you can actually see that most lives have gone into this ray, and people have suffered so much. Residents here are also demanding or seeking justice. Unfortunately, when I came to the scene, I have not sighted any police official yet. As of yesterday, when the incident happened till now, this is day 2 of the incident. Unfortunately, no police official have graced the occasion. Neither have we seen any NAGMA official yet. Yet people are bemoaning, people are agitated, people are counting their losses. In fact, one shop or pharmacy has actually been so much in distress because not long ago she claims that she went to get some drugs in for the pharmacy. Unfortunately, yesterday she incurred losses which will go at her own loss. But unfortunately, as I speak for now, no government official. I think I cited a police official, but they were not ready to speak on the issue. I inquired, and it was a private individual that actually brought in the police to come look around the issue and see exactly what has happened. So far, this is what I've been able to gather. I've also been to the Buduburam St. Gregory Hospital, which initially, after the explosion happened, we heard that about 43 persons, have passed away. But trying to get into the real fact of the issue, I'm told, but they say that the hospital facility also say that they will actually address the media properly. But what I gathered from the hospital, that St. Gregory Hospital, indicates that yes, indeed, 43 persons were brought to them to their facility. However, 3 people, unfortunately, as at the time the incident happened, that they were brought to the hospital, 3 persons, unfortunately, lost their lives. However, they transferred other 12 persons to 37 Military Hospital, then again others to Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The remaining are actually in some critical condition, which we will do a follow-up and also see exactly what the issue over there. But currently, I'm standing at the Ghana Police Service District headquarters. That's Gomwa Buduburam, which I see families here wailing, crying, and they actually, their relative, unfortunately, have lost their life. So they're here, and I'm trying to engage them to see exactly how the feeling is like. Well, obviously, it's not a good feeling, but definitely we want to know exactly what they want, because it's quite a very distressing issue over here. So, Daddy Pacho, good afternoon. Na yentienyo obekawo asemwena.
Afternoon. Afternoon, sir.
Assembly, and how exactly the issue pan out? And as we are told, say Mustafa Modishia is no more. Patrol maybe try on that.
Assembly see me and Rami. We quite do work as well. It's in Wakasana corner started say, but no be over from be I didn't. As some of the Kanayamit. See the last one, the fourth corner. And the Panaka said, if you remember, Mammy Kofi Krameko, St. Green Glory Hospital, or buy a blast and I come a wife, to my wife for hospital. To me, corner, if I don't be or and to me, police for only dominant doors. Before me fight here, I will share now, no more saving quite check it, watch it for before I enter inside a watch home, said wife, one fat man and a small girl and the wife Adam headed. See, that's how it's happening.
So far, no officials be a trail.
As you see, the chief Nana Akasa and okay, okay, and so be away play the Anonia trainer, not one football run now. Why checking out when they are by phone. But me and my wife, no, it's a question, but answer number. Oman Kasha and found said. ABRC and RCC. This is a Busafun around because my wife will fear with him. Mancassi said, Busafun no more said, much matter and from what she now commands because they be a moon to call and buy and a corner of mobile cabinet. It's in a Siciano.
Assembly see and now wife or him.
My wife for to do a marketing or to do a marketing. They be asked a woman by a blast of my announcement. But this time we have no announcement. My announcement. Yeah. See, last thing was suggest that boom, everybody was running for his life or her life, and then Bono hit him.
They hit the head.
No quenchi. It's a Bono hitting the quenchi now. So before I'm rushing to hospital now, I ate too late.
So, Abina, just as you heard from a relative, a family relative that unfortunately has lost a wife. So he actually was narrating how the incident happened, saying that his beautiful wife, unfortunately, as usual, was going on an errand just to get some ends meet for the family. And the unfortunate incident of the explosion happened, and she unfortunately has lost her life. Abina. Hello, Abina.
Hello, Mello.
Yes, please.
Can you tell us the name of the construction company that is responsible for this?
So exactly the name we gathered was not famous. But I think also, if not to deviate from what the residents also are saying, because some of the residents saying that this is an AU initiative, that's ECOWAS initiative. However, what I can also say, or some also say right now, is the fact that they remember that His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia also promised that this construction is solely from the government. And so there's a division of who exactly is in charge. I know that this contract or this construction is for not famous. That's some residents also have said so far, but we are yet to authenticate. Others are also of the view that this is purely an NPP initiative, and so they are demanding justice from government. They want to see proactive measures. They also want to get justice for their losses, especially for people who unfortunately have lost their dear relatives. Now, let me also add that there's a huge vehicle traffic over here. Unfortunately, cars are moving at a very slow pace. Definitely, you would imagine. Then again, human traffic, there's a whole lot of persons gathered here, clustered every dotted place around this area. People from nearby Nook and Cranny just wanting to come and see exactly how the scenes look like, just taking pictures. Some also counting their losses. Unfortunately, no police official is directing traffic as at now. Then again, no NADMO official I can say on authority. We have not also cited any fire service or any official from government here so far, Abina.
Well, that's very, very unfortunate that persons have lost their lives, and the people of Buduburam have to suffer these losses. Persons who are going on their way, going to make ends meet. Some have to die, and some also have to sustain injuries. Quite unfortunate. But Melo, when you got there, did you see any official from NatFermos there?
So I said now, no single person involved in this construction. Bear in mind also that residents here are very agitated. They say that if they should cite any contractor on this road, well, hell will break loose for them. This is some of the words, and of course, the visuals that you have played so far. Some of the residents are actually threatening to even halt the construction for now because they are still counting their losses, and they want this construction work to be put on hold for now because the contractor did not do due diligence by not informing them before the explosion. Now the contractor is nowhere to be found also, and this unfortunate incident has happened. So they are equally threatening that should they have a film or a site of the contractor, well, according to them, they say hell will break loose.
We are looking forward to more of the conversation, and then well, you said that the traffic situation is bad. There's no police there, so it means that the people have to fend for themselves, so to speak, at the moment.
Well, as I speak to you right now, some cars have really packed. Those from Accra coming to Winneba, unfortunately, I think they would have to maybe ride slowly because the traffic actually is not moving. The vehicles, is not moving at the usual pace that it should be moving. It's actually going on a slower pace as expected, definitely because of the incident that happened. So for now, as I'm reporting to you, I have not cited or seen any police official, no MTTD, no MCE so far. I'm told that the chief of this town has actually been reaching out to the affected victims to gather them and, of course, engage them in a conversation and to know the way forward. But for now, no official so far. I chanced on a police official. I think there were 3. But unfortunately, they were not willing to speak. They did not also come to at least, engage the media on anything. They were just there for a brief notice. And I inquired. It was just for one affected victim was the one that actually brought in that police official, those police officials. But as to officials who are actually coming to watch or surveillance the place to know exactly how these affected victims would be treated and what next is for them, unfortunately, nothing so far have been cited or seen.
Thank you for speaking, Melo, and thank you for bringing us all of the updates. We are looking forward to more updates that you would bring us from Buduburam. Eric Chinebo Melo is my colleague, and he is at Buduburam bringing us all of the updates following the rock blasting that has caused 3 persons to lose their lives and several others injured. The gentleman Melo spoke with said he received calls whilst at work and he was told not to even come home but go straight to the hospital. He went to the hospital in hopes that maybe his wife was part of the injured, so that if you are injured there's hopes that you get better. Unfortunately, he found his wife in the morgue as part of those who had died. She was at the market when the blasting happened and the rock hit the back of her neck, and unfortunately, she's lost her lives. Families are going to have to mourn their loved ones who have died through no fault of theirs, but because someone didn't do their work, due diligence wasn't done. If every time you're going to blast rocks, you inform the people so that you put in all of the necessary measures, what happened and who didn't do their work, so much so that the people didn't know the rock blasting was going to go on. This happened, and then now people have died. We've been trying to get in touch with the National Disaster and Management Authority, NADMO, and their communications director George Isi says that they are still gathering all of the information about this incident and they will address the general public soon. So unfortunately we are unable to speak with him at the moment, but we are looking forward to hearing what NADMO has to say. But if anything Melo reported is anything to go by, it's rather unfortunate that at the moment there's nobody there, no police, no NADMO official, no MC, nobody. That's quite unfortunate because at this point, seeing the people who are responsible for taking charge of issues like this, I mean, it doesn't take away the issue, but it gives people the peace to know that their worries would be looked at. It gives them the peace to know that their issues will be attended to. So we are hoping that all of these agencies follow up soon, so that the people are not just left agitated, because when you are agitated, it also causes you to take decisions on your own. We don't want to get to that point. We don't want to get to that point at all. So we are looking forward to all of the reports and the addresses from all of these institutions, so that there will be some peace, some calm in the hearts of the people of Buduburam. But our hearts go out to the people of Buduburam, especially those who have sustained injuries and the families of those who have lost their loved ones. We pray that this does not happen again, and we also hope that whoever has to be brought to book, whoever has to take responsibility for this issue, should take responsibility. It shouldn't be something that is swept under the rug and that is it. No, it's not looked at again. No, we hope that anyone who has to take responsibility has to take responsibility and has to face whatever has to face the consequences of this that has happened. You look at your screens and you see cars. If a car with a hard body, if a car with a hard body is able to, the body is able to cave in like this, imagine the human beings who have sustained injuries and those who have died. This is very unfortunate, and it's sad that it should happen at this. You are reminded that the regional town hall meeting will be happening in Cape Coast in the central region at the Vix Court in Pedu in Cape Coast, and the Central Regional Minister, Honorable Justina Marigold Asan, the Minister for Information, Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, Honorable Mavis Hawa-Kumsin, and the Presidential Advisor on Health, Dr. Anthony Nsiesari, will be at the town hall meeting happening at Cape Coast. And like I said earlier, ABC News GH will be bringing you all of the conversation at the town hall meeting. So if you're interested in the town hall meeting, you should be tuned into ABC News GH. You should be tuned into our YouTube ABC News GH channel, so that you know all that is happening there. Okay, you want to be a part of it, so you should be watching us, and we'll be bringing you all of it from the regional town hall meeting. That is all for our main discussion for today. We brought you the main discussion and all. We also crossed over to Buduburam to see what has happened in the wake of the rock blasting that has claimed some lives and left many others injured. Stay with us, we will be back.
Million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot.
In 2017, the NPP inherited a fragmented digital infrastructure that limited public service efficiency. Since then, we've revolutionized how services are delivered with the Ghana card and mobile money interoperability, enhancing speed and accessibility. Our efforts have greatly improved government interactions, making life easier for every Ghanaian. However, our vision doesn't stop here. We aim to further expand and modernize Ghana's digital landscape. The journey towards a fully integrated digital society continues. Stand with us. Vote for innovation. Vote for Baumia. Baumia means business. In
Thank you for staying with us. ABC in the morning. We'll be crossing over to Cape Coast to bring you the town hall meeting. But before we go, you remember in our front story that the NDC is looking at invoking Article 97 so that they can attain majority in Parliament. In invoking this, some 4 members of Parliament may have to vacate their seats. 3 NPP and 1 NDC. We'll bring you more information on that today. The Parliament is sitting today at the dome of the Accra International Conference Center. So stay tuned. We will bring you all of the updates from this decision by the NDC. Also, there is a town hall meeting which we will be crossing over to. We thank you for joining us on ABC in the morning. We are so grateful that every morning you tune into ABC News GH to watch us. We'll also be bringing you more updates from Buduburam as a rock blasting has claimed 3 lives and left so many injured. We will bring you all of those details. For these details, visit our website www.abcnewsgh.com www.abcnewsgh.com. Subscribe to our YouTube channel ABC News GH so that everything we do on ABC News GH, you too, from the comfort of your home and everywhere, can follow, interact with us on our socials at ABC News GH _. We'll be back same time tomorrow. Thank you for staying with us. I am Abna Manti. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you once again for joining us this morning. Medawoni Nasi. Ehenanso yadasi papa ya begwena de oya ya de mix ihe ya ka bofona ya de fancy fafa na ya kwa anyen omi ya de wasifi ya beton safre ya na mame na wabama here presentation presentation on infrastructure development, and the presentation is going to be done by the only gold of the region, the Honorable Justin Amarigold Hassan.
Thank you very much, MC. Nananum, our beautiful Queen Mothers, Honorable Minister for Information, Honorable Fatima Abubakar, our mother, Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and MP for Ewutu Senya East, the Presidential Advisor on Health, Dr. Insia Asari, our Acting Chief Director for the Central Regional Coordinating Council, Mr. Blaise Kwame Dake, our Honorable Metropolitan, Municipal and District Chief Executives, our Honorable Presiding Members, our Municipal Districts Coordinating Directors, our eminent clergy, imams, heads of departments and agencies here present, our beautiful students, distinguished invited guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. I love to hear my response very big. So anytime I say good morning, I want to hear it very loud and clear. So good morning. Thank you very much. And it's a beautiful morning, and we are going to walk you through a very beautiful journey. So stay glued to your seats and enjoy the process. On behalf of the Central Regional Coordinating Council and the chiefs and the people of the Central Region, and on my own behalf, I wish to welcome all of you to Cape Coast and to this Central Town Hall meeting and exhibition. Nananum, MC Nika Seminam Pedamizi Juma, ɔsi yɛn fanfafra na yɛyɛ dɛm a dwumezi ɔbɛkɔ n'enyim papaapa ndɛ anɔpɛ yi ɔyɛ manyigye ɔyɛ mahohoahoa makoma so atɔ me yam dɛ yɛn nananom yɛn mpanyinfo yɛn adɔfo na fimfim mantom nyinara yɛhyia mu wɔ ha dɛ yɛbɛpa ho tam yɛbɛka nsɛm abobom ofi 2017 bɛsi ndɛ ɔyɛ yɛn papa yɛn dɔfo yɛn president his excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo Nana Bezechi, the ever dynamic vice president of the Republic of Ghana. Jumezi Sronkwa Wezi from 2017 besinde nananom in the town hall meeting 1 year in Chahe be a demonstration kese o Sunday aban oye Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo na Baumia aban wonyi finfin mantom ezini papa o ma yembo nsem ma hon so ye ka impuntu juma intumen kampuntu juma samo Ghana ha imfa finfin mantom nka ho ono na o ma yedda hyema na yehu de o mampanyin na Bezechi wonyi finfin mantom zini yei ntise ye ma wona kwanya obeye ma obrodo na oya behwe na ebinu ohu za ya yentino na wonwinwi nende nyankopon wa mayen onnam ye ma me fatido ye ma me so na batan ye kese papa ene de obo 11 o'clock nyane yetena ho ye dwendwen ma obeye afimfi mantom obeye kese intinde ye bohwe bibi ofa abani dwumezi awezi from 2017 to date nebefa ne sado yebeka bibia for education yaka health yaka environment and sanitation yebeka sports and recreation yebeka road infrastructure agriculture fisheries and local economic development for fisheries oyemedel de yemame onabo hawa to aso to adon monta asemechechim owaha obobo ahen ma fisheries ne wonse maka kakra no waha ozingo kesibogudo ma yenyina ya tijumezi na ase papa. Then we talk about governance, security and administration na makan mobia ansor yentina ho ne yenhweza o mampanyin na Bezechi waye was abo finfin mantom ozikan yepede yehwe finfin mantom ma ote obi ye ka finfin mantom ona ndo onyim we fi Cape Coast no kokaswa another fika aswa oriba Cape Coast wonyim de bikeka ho no ye kese ye ka finfin mantom ma oye 1970 population census no nimun na watche finfin mantom fi western region ho tinka no na finfin mantom na western region ye bom no ye region ko na region tetrete land kilometer size no oye 9,830 kilometer square na ye was the largest coastal stretch in the country into nama yewi wo Ghana ha yinara no ye ka de ye ka nama sema oye finfin mantom into mampanyin wanye bon de ye minister for fisheries and aquaculture development of finfin mantom na finfin mantom so djuma tisiro ye afadwuma na kurodwuma na dodo na so ye mbesiafo dodo na 51.something% of the population in the region are women and mbenyifo ende so ma ba ne ye ni mbe mbenyifo na mbesiafo na ye ka bo ma finfin mantom ni dwumezin akọ n'enyim papa ye can the various MMDAs oye assembly ni ye wo 22 assemblies for finfin mantom na ye wo political jurisdiction or your constituencies so ye war 23 kasa kasara ye kan ofimfin mantom ye fante kasa na nyame nchaaz ye nyina yetum ye tena bom ma somdwe banti ye wa wonafo wo ha ye wo dagomba fo wo ha ye wo kasa huru bebre one kire the uniqueness of the central region inti ye nyina ode yetum ye tena ye bom ma development otum okonenyim ofan nyame sumso a Christian fo na yedo so papa na Muslims so wotu ayendo Into the coexistence I'm talking about is so important there. Oye Christian for Nyamin Charles young president na besichi. Ever dynamic vice president. Ose oye Muslim info na Christian fo opedo otwe mo ye kabom nto anya me won wada finfin mantom ha ye wo epipefu bebre na ye wo Christian fo bebre na so ye nte basabasa ye biara wo finfin mantom ye da Nyankopon ase. Sisi ye be hen impuntu djuma hrowa owo finfin mantom na mayere ye meka de education ye beka ho asem, health ye beka ho asem. Na sisi ya mepede ya kabibi fa o ya tourism ho ya ka tourism Ghana fande nyinara obiara nyimde the central region is the heartbeat of tourism in the country. Waji tumi bia dam note na yehwe Ghana na fande nyinara sika tourism ozema abanu finfin mantom yezima kotem papa nti se eba finfin mantom a ebenya baby today. His 17 historic sites. Ono no iye bronyi iye obi ape wenyu adohwe iye obi ape de ji wenyu a entu mba Ghana ha mba finfin mantom. Ona chede wenyu na nji ne yei. Na chede amba. Enti no 17 historic forts and castles no Cape Coast Castle ka ho. Elimina Castle ka ho. Ye wo fort bebre. Ibi ye Jago Fort, Fort Williams, Fort Amsterdam, Fort Good Hope. Bibria okeka ho na menyimde nkrofo ba inti Ghana yerinya sika papa wo tourism wo ofifin mantom ye sanso ye wo Kakum National Park yetene bakosam na yesusare wona wo sura wontum mfoen wo mmomodze na nde ye fi ha wo mmomodze won kwofo ntwemfonyi won fa ntwefiri mo biere hu de in the town hall meeting ye Kakum ho asem na oroboa papa ye wo Memorial Gardens are also nkrofo ko ho kwadwudwu wo ibi ne mpo ko ho ko bompai Manyankopon tie won sufre nti wo Anomabo Memorial Garden ye wo Asen Manso Heritage Site ye wo Hans Cottage wo ho ye wo International Singles Beef Center so wo ho Commander Cave wo ho na za okeka ho na ye ka beaches a ye wo finfin mantom ye wo Breno Achim Beach wo ho ye wo Commander Beach wo ho Fete Beach wo the breeze the almighty the breeze ono so wo ho wonponano ho ye ye nfefefe Nyamin Chaze aban nenyidu ade hu na ye kana tourism order na komado nti ndebo hwen na wona anka wo ye bibi wo mponano ho we jaye nti ponano atew onti na ebo hwa a lot of development are springing up at the beaches and you know ketson ya adwodwo ye hu pefefe. Ye Canada so na kusum na bakwasam kusum so ensam wo ho oye kusuban na shrines enso finfin mantom wo so yezima koten nti ye kada Twifu Het shrine wo ho that's in shrine wo ho anafo ye wo asafu group fefefe se wo ye na wo gu na wo kita wo franka na wo rishima oye fe papa ono so wo ho na asafu nkum bibria okeka ho na ye wo afahye Shronkon bebre wo finfin manto wanche biara na fetu afahye obeye national program o Sunday asasira otumfo be cancer ma oye fetu afahye yezimo ye fefefe wo ha agonafo so ye wakwambo wo ho ehwo na mefi nti odameka mede tu afetu afahye do ye wo agona akwambo wo ho na ye wo edina baketoi aboache ochi so wo ho na bebre okeka ho na kubi so a oye obobaza yankanka ho a obeha wadwen ye masqueraders fancy dress Cape Coast a yezima akoten efutu a ono so ondefom kra ono so yeza oboa ma tourism a ye ka ho asem no so otum konanyim dama ye keke nyina oye the Central Regional Coordinating Council aya nkrofo nhede enyim ye dwumezi nti beyan no be susunde nko the Regional Coordinating Council oye them another regional minister oye them since a wonyim nti na ya wotumo kan dem no nti nde no ye pede ye nwo fa oye the mission statement of the Central Regional Coordinating Council. Central Regional Coordinating Council, we foster unity of purpose among the people by involving all stakeholders. Today, yenyi yenyina yehu zinkita ho ye kabom na yeboa ma bane dwumezi biara okodo ye ntum nti ye ndwuma oye the relevant stakeholders then ananom abahima asofo impanyifo kudama wode the ndwuma no yenyi wonzi misese yemboa ma bane nyusuadze ho no yemfantugwa na bio moda yenyu adokese so oye the vision statement of the Regional Coordinating Council the yeboboa oye department assemblies ya ka wona bom na ya monitor ya twana mona koza wo yedo ya evaluate ma wo ye bia ode ye hwede ampa na wo ye ne ye titiri po ka ho ye o hyeme kwan ye aban ni sika sema woze ma ho ye twana mo ye hwede anna sika na woze ma ho no are they utilizing it very well oya beya na biafe baby na wako PAC wakaka ho asem na watwe wona so ebi mpo wo hye ho de wontu a nti brother ho ni nyina yeza oye the Regional Coordinating Council oye ze boa aban ma management okodo sisi ye beka the success stories of the Central Region, the whole Central Region. Them are making so one on peme require upper denture east and west oye dia so okaho ma ye nyina ye Central Region. Yaban education na umesua ye nyina ye beja tumde. Central Region is also touted as the citadel of education in the country. So the best schools in the country, you will find them in the Central Region. And most people want to come here because we have the Wesley Girls, we have the Infantiman, we have Agri, we have a National, we have all the schools that we can think of. So we have the numbers here. Yeah, can women swing a sema into me if you man to me film Ghana na bakosem. Schools in Narana there were 8,331 schools in Central Region. Yes. Yeah, fan preschooler or yeah KG, that's a preschool. Yeah, 1,475 or yeah Aban, that's a private one in the region. And then the private preschool, we have 1,536 in the Central Region. Then primary school, we have 1,499. Primary, private, 1,500. JHS, public, we have 1,380. Then JHS, private, 1,037. Then TVET education. Abana yaze han mpede ye bonsem. TVET enkano eko school ma wo ye exams menya beye grade me mpeda mobo grade nizin na ho ayi hu anhwe school bi are mfa wo no de ketnefie wo hwe super na wo nyimzi bia se wotete wo dandan wa ebeye mfasoze ezama ebusua ezama man na wagya wo mu na ban hu ne de nkofo bebre wo insanu dwuma hu nyimzi na dema TVET no so yenye ne free na ihwe inde the enrollment in the private TVET schools na oye hu oye wa the free SHS they be aye kan ho asem na baneze infrastructure obor investize odako TVET eko winiba eko briwa aswanti bebre a okeka ho ni nyina ye free won jisika aban onya azibi why yaze papa first no binya also maybe nitrewu emfa ni ko school kosu ejuma ndi esu ejuma so ni po life wom ejuma so na life wom skills abem Mr. Digital ba o mi ade kan ho wale botum esu ejuma no in a stylish way a we are obesinde akọ university akobo bra bebre nti TVET education am a product of vocational technical education in America dem menyem ne mfaso ebi na mejina ha ma no wose me the regional minister of the Central Region nti mama ye ntu ye mba mo ejeje mu yamona pinja na ban ni nyama odi guakwemon yamma moframan wonyamu emfaso honestly there was 76 in the central region. Abana Yejuma Yedasi Papa. And then the private TVET, so there were 14 in the central region. Now, Yaba, almighty free SHS, on a pure impure. It is the almighty, or ye do trim. Now, yes, a bunch of free SHS. Why ye impuntu Juma Mapa offer as you see, Bebre. O Sunday, na mo from by from no free SHS no odoso. Into me kai the free SHS bobazi or kade or bet room emma we nya baby water, we nya classrooms wakum, we kusunazi. Into one ma education why very accessible. Or your president Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, na the vice president Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia Zawaye or Damahin. And so when you come to the central region, the free SHS into the enrollment in wajin same why ye bebre or then the yakan wasem and kano abayo by 2017 no ye 20,300 that is in 2016 when you work say or ye 53,980 in 2023 and so this is a remarkable achievement. The percentage wise I think it's 160 something percent. 100, thank you, the mathematicians are here. And so that is what the government has done for us. So Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government has kept faith with the people of the region, for which we need to renew their mandates. Yeah, for school, some America free SHS asemia, wajin semi, we budo, na nemfaso sonye de. It should be the basic education everybody should have. The real secondary schooler, to model for secondary school. Abofra banya damete to me secondary school and Pruanyin saying Obokofom. Abrabo Basabas Obokofom, because you'll be kept in the school and you need to train yourself, and then the edge will come so that you go to the tertiary institution in your wayward. It's no here the bad time be ado tambo yem. Na bua ma free SHS ya waba kan say ye nyamufa so. Onya na kote na bane ye. We also free SHS no wakaze mizibe ka ho or a gallery of buses schools, 34 schools in the central region. When you are barefoot buses fair was a come home. Near Fanny 2017 no sand and a free SHS was an antaman or Minitino, yes, infrastructure project abani ye more my free SHS who are Haron, ye and I Becca de Washasen, ye BB there shifts, what kind of double track system. Ono sunko focus ya na azomo benye dey obi nkrofo kasa ya no oya hometew inde nyakopon na brand na nhye gwa kwem inde yo double track bio you double track. So we have to get the hearts and the support and the prayers for this government, and I know it's going to deliver and deliver well. We need to do that. We need to, because when you free SHS and come bibiara nko bi wo wane ba Wesley girls ohun hoda nke hu ho wala be na ko Wesley girls e kai den wo dem me kase abofra bi na me hu ma me bi na metena ho me hwe so o ya me da wase na me ye efini krom ho do mbe pagya onko hire nkron because of free SHS or Wesley girls. Now the smart young lady se nyakopon ye na adom obre na so ase na osuaza obeye brempon nti won ma yemfa ye na komanta free SHS nature ni yam body ko ebie me baba oba ni ye hwe ho ye dandan ni etumi ye ne ye na won obompo first na kan free SHS mban obere ko so into provisions ka ho na abansi ma am free na ye oye buhihye na batan ya into provisions kan ma oba ni so ni tiri me ye ne de ti ma me fo ye so nye responsible nya ma me fo nkotin papa fo no so ka ho nti ye hwe other infrastructural projects are abanik beka ho bo ma free SHS ko n'enyima why 350 different projects no that ka ho ma free SHS classrooms basic ones no why 222 SHS the technical university secondary schools why 58 dormitories why 43 dining halls why 3 administration block 3 and then teachers' bungalows, assembly halls, libraries, laboratories, na other facilities are oboboa ma adisuya etum akonenyim ma teacher foso wachaza wo ho aharu. Aside that, Mampenyin, the Bianco Focade or Mampenyin, a showman, showboy, or your Naza, or your Moyefe, or you that the regional directors of education, or the one who have what the Casa, or your papim, my who the need director of education, ya, no, the new you do. So, my Land Cruiser Prado to the regional director of education, 22 pickups. To all the 22 district directors of education, and then 10 pickups to SHS technical schools, and so heads so then the 34 buses I talked about earlier on, then 153 motor bicycles for the school improvement support officers to also work with it, then 455 laptops to the schools to be able to help them to teach and teach very well. I'm the one to pay the what was saying. Now, your Canada, we are the Akufo-Addo-led government has also constructed vehicle maintenance centers at the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. The fleet of cars are Mampenyiza cancer day, one from Boa, Womesuya. Because it is not a income generating institution na car was a more or bomb or musical cern na ibio inti odidam incentives yes what the can who to chima one fan corner one Samsung CC. That is what the government has also done for the schools, and also helping the student to have a hands-on training. They are the technical education. No be wa was your book my on task papa was your book man who be there. But what center who Obotum was one sack a kind if you be with two Musya, Miss Maway in a year. Now, me brother Meka or Philip Kwaku Boys School, no one sem. The Philip Kwaku Boys School or school Shrunkwa. I just want to touch on the school itself in the book and the history that goes with the Philip Kwaku Boys. It is the Cape Coast Castle School, which was established in 1765, so many years ago, and has trained a lot of people, including our own dear Osaberima II. Yan Papa Sechi Hughes, Oko School of Philip Kwaku Boys, Samuel Walker, Nampanyifwe Titri with Tissue, Nene Philip Kwaku Boy Kafawa, Namo from Oko School, Ma William Besha Show. Oh, yeah, one day, Patabi, Bumeba 2021. You be chance that be true or trouble for every trim, not politicians. You do what that for you to try. You do try for you, you do good social media. So I was asking the heads, yeah, damn politician no trouble for you. Or brown one cement, a code that will find your BB, also one brown cement. No, yeah, then I'm Mujana, don't much for you. We want a government who is a listening government, government who is ready to support, government who is so much ready to do these things for our children. Now, don't make them a button. Must be a church, you be a machine. Into many of my opinions, no, the mayor of the metro. They lift the image of Philip Kwaku School. Into easy, young fan to Kratado, and from my opinion, young Shema, young Papa Bayama. So I did the letter. He also brought in the request. Near to come on my opinion. Near one, the Atun Safre, or yet 2 years ago, when we were having our 65th independence celebration. No Kasra or Saberima, no Quay no Saberima, Susana, no so the Nakumado Sande, or your old boy of Philip Kwaku Boys. Then Osaberima told the president, and so that is the picture when we were cutting sword for massive rehabilitation of Philip Kwaku Boys over there. I'm so passionate about this project because the project that the president gave it to us as a birthday gift when he came for the 65th Independence Day. So we are so grateful to the President of the Republic of Ghana. No, wanya Philip Kwaku boys in Kutio. Also, I sound so at the Philip Kwaku girls so. No, so we went to me Philip Kwaku boys and girls. You know, girls, we are special. So, Mampenny say, then we are going to have Philip Kwaku girls also rehabilitated. So he added Philip Kwaku girls to Philip Kwaku boys to be rehabilitated. Now, that building your cut is or your historic, so we couldn't pull everything down. So that when you go there, you have those stories to tell. And to know maintaining the pillars are very strong. We're maintaining aspects of the building. So that is the structure over there. Now, the school. There are a lot of facilities for the children to study at Philip Kwaku boys and girls. And I know by close of this year, it will be commissioned. We are grateful to His Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the Vice President. We want to go to health. Central region, we are blessed. We have one teaching hospital. That is in Tibetan, we all know. Now it has even lived its teaching hospital. And now it's a referral hospital, I should say, because people from Western region, Ashanti region, Western North and all access facility or healthcare over there. And I want to commend the CEO of Tibetan, Dr. Eric Njedu, for the yeoman's job he's doing at Tibetan. They are really giving care, really doing that. And the staff of Tibetan Hospital, they are doing so much. They are sometimes overwhelmed with the reports that they get over there. And we know Dr. Nsiansari being here, a lot of things will be done for Tibetan. Thank you, Dr. Nsiansari. He is advising the President on health. So once we have him here, we know most of our problems will be solved. So when it comes to the regional hospital, we don't have. So we have Metro Hospital at Bakano. We have District Hospital 14, and the private we have 4. Then when it comes to polyclinic, then we have 49 private ones, and then health centers we have 63 public health centers, and then 5 private ones. Chips compound we have 399, and then others, you know, other things that they do there. We have 3 public ones, and then 44 private ones. So in total we have 603 health facilities dotted in the central region. When we go to Tibetan, that's our teaching hospital, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the Vice President Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia are doing a lot of infrastructural development over there, and I want to run you through quickly. Expansion of the accident and emergency center at the teaching hospital. If you could remember, when COVID came, we're doing things, and President in his wisdom thought it wise that in the region we don't have anything like that. So should anything happen, most of us were going to die. So quickly let's put that emergency center or accident center over there. A very big one. And so it's going to cater for, that's another one we have at trauma, but this is a very big one. Very soon we'll commission that one, and it is at 70% completion. And the Infantry Center was the one I was talking about. When COVID came, we took most of the classrooms as holding centers. We didn't have anything. And this facility, when President came around, we went there to cut sword. And if you look at where the building is now, you would want to go and visit there. Not because you are sick, but you would just want to go and have a look at the facility. It's so beautiful, so big, and so nobody should tell you that your COVID levies was used for something else. It was put in infrastructure to serve the people of the region and in the country. And then we also have construction of patient relative hostel. If you go to most of the hospitals, especially in Tibetan, they don't have anywhere to sleep. So the Tibetan hospital is putting up a very big facility to hold our mothers, sisters, and brothers who come to visit our patients. And then we have construction of modern eye hospital at Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. And then water transfer station also at the place. We have renovation of polyclinic by the National COVID-19 Trust Fund. And then construction of regional cold room at Cape Coast. I wish that when we finish, you all walk me through there, and you will love to be in Central Region. Let's find time to visit our region. There are a lot of things that will excite you, that will make you proud that you are part of Central Region and what we are doing together. Ambulances. The ambulance woman is also here. Through her leadership, when she was the minister in charge of that ministry, gave ambulances to the country because the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo, and the vice president led that charge. And that was the wonderful woman who seriously bought them, and we received them, and we are using them. So in the Central Region, we could boast of, before 2017, we had only 2 ambulances. Only 2. Only 2. But today, we have 23 ambulances. Asin North, it is 58% complete. Asin South, we have 85% complete. Chifu Himalua Danger, 75%. Ekunfi, there were issues on their land litigation. Now it is cleared. Omahini himself gave us the land, so they are going to have it done. Agona is 69. Gomwa Central, I know very soon we are going to commission it. It's so beautiful. I wish that we can have the Goma Central picture for everybody to admire. It's so beautiful. Now we can talk about environment, water, and sanitation. Before 2017, when we talk about ODF, open defecation free, Eko community bima, bonde Janambia, ibini ho, inti oja wonan basa. Na oya reho debi ameka de sedamisa na chede yanka so yezi yene janan osanda se once masi janan bra ordinanam obesi unsudo obesi wezmando na moya reho mponyi de se janan no owo tire ma na ntwibin yei owo na semframa bo a obafa he or for wisdom or rawdem wonu eche ye kasa ye na ma ye kasa ntini yankasa ye ezi ne janan nto ye bibia oya ye mhihissem a odo biere tu ho na mode obra ahwehwe de we have open defecation free communities. 2017 Abayiriba na communities in yewa 9 pe ayebeka de obia wo toilet facility wo ni som nti wonja wo na basa oye hu papa nyame na oye na dom na nkrofo mpo wenwu osande ozi cholera oziba na nyamenchaze interventions bebrea kanka the regional coordinating council where nzama bebre the boy the call was that we should change that behavior then kwafuna puyano no bi wekeje no ho no koto ho unfair na we jane na egu ho the margin wetwem wa paye ho de ye finfin manto mofo enti oye 2017 2018 yereban ye didam call ne to assembly bia wombo wo ho mozen menye woka say from 2017 ye 2018 to the CLTS woye kakran ne ye twem 333,861 our communities bebre when you are open defecation, and it's a beautiful thing that we are charging ourselves that from here it should be something that we are going to fight to ensure that we have a lot of communities that have been declared ODF. This is very, very important, and I should let you know that it is part of our assessments that help us to get donor funding for some of our projects that we do. So it is so serious that we all get into it to get it done. And so this one, Central Region, we have not recorded any cholera. No cholera case in the Central Region. Water and sanitation was Ibura another boreholes naza wotu so abani way to 2,195 away was amayen, and then it is 766% people rural communities in Suwa in Kofu when you binum in Supapa when you binum Central Region meant to Minkade Yensu Semino or Yaza Ombuahen Yaka Erecop Asem or your treatment plant abandoned. I think on the 2020 now, upon what time another young president Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo Ozi Asobo from one Fantaman, the Orboboa, the waste. What is a waste? If we find it in different places that we don't want no other misplaced resources. You would share, but Mama Pennywa ye won Fantamano, in Randa Wayesika, or Boboabuano, or Bemambebune Juma, Madame running was a confantman, then they will put it into recycling processes. We'll have a lot of things from there. And then Bebuna Obenye Jumayen, Obra Adrian Tasedo. Boshasuna Hospital, in Zama was his one Juma, be a will be droba, no more Nebimonia Ace womb, Nyama Bebre, Bonemoja Nazi womb, when your baby in disposing of, but Ekowa. Or whom was it from free? Now, what about Babwana? Was it Yenzama Akasaka Sibibri? So that is what another thing, Yan Oman Pinion and Abizi, so why you were Finfi Manto. Nenan Sayana, Yokoboy, Ano. Or Yanan Say, washing for Yana, or for Papa, Honorable Okoboy, the health minister was there, the minister for sanitation and water resources was also there, and I also went there. Thank you. And then we want to talk about security. Central Region is relatively calm. Bejebejaye inyifinfi mantum. Asomdwe mapa wo finfi mantum. Ye nyina ye ko yenjumezi do fefefe obetim na akambiare ni ho. Even where we have misunderstanding no, ye wo beautiful way of resolving the issues that comes up. Into Central Region ya Asomdwe region. Regional impuntu where pray puntua ibetuma ye bi wo ha ipede edi musika be shem eye djuma ibetuma yo sande asomdwe mapa wo ha oye aban the CCTV cameras abobo vantage point yen papa dampare na nedom wo hwe wumfonyi ebi akoye bibia wadwen o de reguan pictures ni nyina wo ho eko the regional capital ho ibohu the CCTV cameras origi nzama ozigu akwem isumsu bankofo wozibon. And it is part of security thing that we are talking. Street light was about 50 mantum or 58,575. Nina oboboy masum kebi okdoko yen so wako na sum de owa na American nkofutum shim wo ye boni bebre. Enti ma mesrenye them figures are also soon. We should continue to maintain them as we move on so that we can enjoy the facilities very, very well. Sports and recreation. Finfi mantum one astroturf yet in which AstroTurf. Nende ba fifi mantoma. Hey, astroturf. Oye we Budama yin. Eko infantimana astroturf fe oho. Oye kweside me kotwem ho. Na me koye na nyumru wa about 6 and people were still on the astroturf having programs. Nam de obriye in the asesum na oye fe o shenkwan oya homka papa Abuna West astroturf akodo ye we bien wa Abuna West ewutu senya East astroturf wo ho ewutu senya West onu se bien wo ho we wi o Asen North enso de mara ejuma ko enya na siam twifo himalowa de nchira upper de nchira West and Asen North no the Mr. Digital Man himself commissioned it. That is him playing the ball and he scored. So that is him. And so it's helping the youth. So in total we have 12 astroturfs in the region. Obwa imbebonu papa because oye bibia oka imbebonu bom oma wonye basabasa wotu motena wo wozi won komo wozi wachi wenyiwa bonye bibia ozi isan bebre hon ya maame no ndempo wo yeyi wa astroturf do nzama bebre kodo nto oye bibi papa yam pede ye bototo na ase on roads yaka akwan ho asem wo finfin mantom highways ye wo high ye wo feeder roads ye wo urban roads on na wo kabom na wo bo ama ye na kwantempondo oyeye the total coverage of roads infrastructure ya ye wo finfin mantom ha ya ye 5,702 coverage in the whole central region. So in percentage wise when you come to highways why 82.3%, urban roads ye were 41.5 year. No mampenyi ka bibi also the year of roads. Ebi mi se central region ya kwan ye abana ya kwan papa wo fifi mantom. Na mmom sazini bi nyi ho na ye one mpa obi hu maye. So ye 2 na be 10 na mo waka enyi ye be 1,000 sebo na wozi no bi hu na ban ekufu ado ba omi aban akwana waye wo fifi mantom han oye feso waye akwan bebrebe waza amahen oye wuniba akwani America ho asemi ye fika soa ye zeba wuniba junction the dualization of the road the mekwan se nyankopon ya adom ma wo wi is going to open up the region to investors. First never 50 mantom. Yes, yeah, the heartbeat of tourism. Where if I bought you 50 mantom, be finkan bodu now spend about 4 or 5 hours. Now you won abawedum. So people started going to other regions. Na se nyame ya adom madami kwan wo wi within an hour, you should be in the central region to come and enjoy yourselves with your families. Now, you know, but investors should be brave. What one sika abeshe because you to kwana best spend about 3, 4, 5 hours. If kwana kabotu me used to be 1 hour, or more only productive. So this one, we want to say a very big thank you to the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the Vice President. And it is the government of Ghana's project. It is not anybody's project.
The upgrading and dualization of Kaswa Winneba Road, a very important road which forms part of the N1, connecting Accra to 3 major cities on the corridor. That is Winneba, Cape Coast, and Takoradi. As you can see, those who have the experience of traveling on queue to go to Accra, and government took a decision to upgrade and dualize the road so that it will enhance business, tourism, and other economic activities. The projects are into 2 lots, one by the Ghanaian company called Nakfremont, which is 12 kilometers. And that 12 kilometers has some very important interventions, including underpass, overpass, and other important structures that will totally transform the road. That is it, called MM Lovely. Project duration is 36 months, but they have assured me that by the end of the year, the major structures, including the dualization, the major carriageway, would have been completed. Whenever I get the reports, so far I'm very satisfied with the progress of work. And I must say that this project
another one. Also, you are the whole plane. Yen Minister, Honorable Asenso Boache, Q. Aban no ye, or ye Kaswa, Wuniba, Quantum Pono to them, or Bobwa, at the congest traffic. Abwa tourism, as some of ye can up at the next level. A page of Fifimantum, or Bear Crabosho, or Bear Crabosho will be a crime with him. Ma, it is possible. Abefu nyamari sefuma enti woma yambo ye hu mozende yezi yensika yezi beshe. Now we can talk about, so we have a lot of pictures to show you on the road infrastructure in the central region. So we have before the project and then the after the project. And it could be a way ya yan mame or yeah, the former minister, former MP, Barbara Asha AC Waha. Now, Okopere or your Sino Hydro projects. Ozoba Cape Coast North. Mama Penina Bezechi. Obo commissioning. Now, also, FFF Oho. And see, Yamame, me who name you ha, Yadawasi, when San Jumano, or Papa. MPP are buying on years in a year, on yet Snaye, no Padea Cinema so, or her Hurricane. No, this is to be Brennan or Cordovo, or your Cape Coast North and South, and the whole region. It could be a war of fee for Surocono, on the back of that brooch, it's not for such a 2 years now for such a, or the Yuban. Oh, that brooch, Papa was about for soon, Nimukania, why is saying, oh, I want to watch Jimmy Chin, but tomorrow for when you bring our wash. I want you bring my Yantina Carabinian for her, but no question, Namaroka. Then we can go to Ghana Secondary City Support Program. Honestly, abundance no families at 9 Oya Abuna West, Infantiman, Kaswa, no nye Fosu, Ghana Secondary City Support Program. So Ibiru Kodo na project a warrior Kaswa de Muduwa, Namakuma to me, Musanda, Batampa, how I come into Adro, on another ba. Oye, Anita, worry, which you may be one of. Mana what did it add to men? Oh, yes, Papa, can you did them? Inti Esha, Abuna West, the various 7 projects under the secondary cities. Then one is ongoing. I know that they are putting up some market stores at Mandela Market, a lot of stores that is running there. What to say is, Bebe. 8 crore. Now when the plan so or worry Papa Sunday, your minister and walk watching be brave. Infantiman on also 3 we a big good or Kodo or Anomabo na other marketer on so Bokodo why. Then let's talk about the unprecedented drip equipment. It being that drip machine. Then much of my catch every minute crowd Sunday, them America there or Mampeyin Nana Bezich, when you 50 months to Bezin, Emna Mitzemo one, Mr. Deminte or Sunday or Mampeyin and San Juman or your fe. Na Bezich in San Juma or your fe. They have really worked. Na ayet na hompona shwe nyansa shunkubi anyankopon zema won wokekanza mabom no hu de at this time in our political life no ye be hia da mazi no wokekanza mabom na wozenja maneba o nyankopon na we hira hen no what these unique people was ramahen mezi MC da 4 years me hu bi de bia me kwane say na makọ ha bi 3,000 5,000 na misu na so man paying the full complement of bakade contractors. Na no mama ye contract adwuma yie. O Sunday we have the full complement of the machines in all the MMGs. Assembly bia won Ipac truck or backhoe or water tanker or motor grader or roller or concrete mixer. Na wo wie no na wama wanso ha what the low bed o send the machine no into farm into chere your contractors so na aya na binom mente wona asem papa azo ye fedem abanza aba ipede je na di edwuma kasre no fam wo ko bomba twere wo ho aban his excellency na nado danko akufo the vice president
Abrosan tenten to aso be 12 and almost you assassini so ade omo dey 37 ekoye foundation 37 and almost say you free 37 ho and almost ade omo na see for Washante Kokosi there be a Ashanti region because Komfo Anochi a teaching hospital a regional hospital say a high regional hospital a polyclinic SIA metropolitan hospital here per hospital abit ma beboa ena Benito Subi Ekonya asasi won constituency wa ferry asa na eba ferry contractor okoye foundation wi a enye free eni enema aferi acha akopem nemre no banyame ncha de ebetimi awie na afi akasalaga na awie dipa akasa de bia omoka agenda 111 but abaye ba mu since 2008 17 no ya 47 new facilities a ya wi apa hontoma ebi 26 hospitals and then 21 clinics are in Yabai Kahubia, MCB will go more France. Who's a central region comes with the Miansana Baha. Nina empower Yasashe 17 projects are any agenda 111. And no, Ubianka, Yani and Tankan was by Nemekan was him. I know about when a year. Ena Yasai a namse COVID-19 by no, Yatimi Ayama. Yetimi ihusene ye ni baby cry dem ko foto to fa obi a okọ Cape Coast Hospital teaching hospital ni akọbọ sisin bi wo ni dem ko foto tum na odi COVID patient na say Ebola patient to baby a untim fo bi ankoto ne nche enti asanjure ho ni aye 21 isolation centers ba ko Cape Coast teaching hospital no em say e say ye wi a enche ye di patient be go ndi say some crisis epidemic and I say at throughout the country. Yeah, this why one place. Yeah, every part of the country. And also, we move 13 aka say and also be very soon. And Almighty Agenda 111. Almighty Agenda 111. 101 district hospitals. If I say 104 by reference Agenda 111. East Central region kwa eye maako enwotwe na se ya de kaswa ka ho because you say kaswa no kofu be see hospital ho a hospital wo kwati atakora a kire okukuru patient no me kohwe enemi nua yi kohwe na so we nya hospital ba ye see hospital bo hu se ACF e be kire mu ba bia ya duru ne ba bia ye wo hospital na ye hospital fe a ke say e be ye we find a hospital that can teach a teaching hospital. Yes, signed the 2 psychiatric hospitals, mental hospitals. Oh, Bekaya, mental hospitals are Ghana and Yina, Ewampoano, Ankafo, Ena Pantine, Ena Kra psychiatric hospital, I'm saying 1914. President say, oh, Jimmy see regional hospital, baby, and YC Zona psychiatric hospital. Bako, YC no on a cost of the day. YC Bako for the first time in Northern region, Ewa Tamale. I know Yamincha, ye ni brepa president the person didn't plug bomb and sana wako on the 6th of January 2025. Enko for busi a question there be say na hospital ma ha money see mo nwia enko obi ba for winam so there be a can say continue because ebi wo krom na okọ say bi wo go mo afranse ye be pa ho ntumai and I say be what for him I repa hon to me. Now corner katiwa ni na kotoma NDC a ebe say Eurojet project. Umba be di fie ngotwe omo fo mo sanka. Enti omo ba bi will be ameka say yakọ angonaga. Ohene say God aban edwene no ho keke kura no. Eye ne de eye. Yakọ yoyon ohene say saa time no na hospital no ma ye na ne kromfo ntokwa nko no obi chesi ne yire wo haje wone no kontokwa eba ye no. They say no Krumo for the Benny per 120 and yet you may now ought to be a Munisca here. TM continue. Yes, 6 chief centers and the NTV can was MCC. Sebia was a chair of hospital in Kakra, yes, here, as I'm about Eurojet project and so on. Oko a contombra, yes, see hospital. Oko Bogoso, yes, CB, Oko Lubu, Oko Poho, Oko Takwanswaim, Wasadum Pau, Swami, Chedia. Sabronum drobonso manson kwanta ni na yewia we are in fact next 2 weeks or so President Kopa Hontuma you about me do what panning in our Hontuma. Yes, you do a mem, you should be on Quatia called baby amico school, and so you see do a quabbing, and so you a ducrum, you a chance incoming president Pahon to our Eastern region. You mapo Pon Cantamanso, Sevilla Sanino so, ya yet Tetequashiso Modern Hospital, ya yet Chebi Modern Hospital, the best account, ya yet Aburi Modern Hospital. Yaye a TBA Modern Hospital, Nansia President could be hospital, kama Borgatanga Regional Hospital Phase 3. It's a local teaching hospital. If you say, yes, you are money at Tiasia, President Bepa, the new 101 Urology and Nephrology Center as ano ewo so we are over here no Udru Mochire Junction behind the NTC. Sa hospital kama isi ho. Sa hospital no ye wo tete dialysis machines ho. Oho ye betimi aye kidney transplant. Ye be ye bibia nti na afi na obi ye dialysis ye pese Ghana ha no yen asitimi ye transplant wa ha na obi nko dialysis so. O ye sikani se de na akọ dialysis so after 10 years wo ye hia ni. O ye be ma o yiri be jaw. O ye oba o kun be pamo. Ti sa na tie. Tie de ye dwene health for totally. Ena hospitals are infrastructure, poverty eradication project. So, yeah, from Ministry of Special Development and Initiative, and SDF for now. It was a Eurojet project. As I said, yeah, Manakaba Kope. Yeah, say see hospital, 100-bed trauma hospital, or Boasi Dunkwa Road, no so. Obi offer Kumasi Bia Behu say, Udru and Yinemwa, there's also a 100-bed trauma center. You can see they say, Yenya Bako, Winiba, Bako Kumasa Kwano so, Bako Dunkwa Obuasi Road, a Bibeko, a same so, a Bupe Hospital, no so, and he, meaning say, I have regional hospital, Yakase, trauma hospital, or Winibano. Timeshe, Mubose, say, Nyame ya dom na Ghana for ya doma, ye ba. Central region so be and also regional hospital now are complete and a 750 bed maternity block unkofo bi jago since a champion time no so 285 bed hospital or eastern regions you go so any shama for tiemia after the debt restructure the sample contract ameba site abeya adwuma laso and a 400 bed general hospital so and you hear when any projects are yenina. Ye buy and so kaya, ye be two so muye projects be was central region, 10 polyclinics. Ye buy no mashase, ye be we a pound to 2018. Now more 5 hospitals so mobile and so was data Accra region. And ye any be shas ye. There were 5 or 6 hospitals I were with Bupe, Tolon, Sola, and Somenya, and so you be really up a home to my year, Juma. And here I am Kofubia in your hospitals in Woho. Your banner be wa apomidin wa ye emaye. And after you be called agenda 111. Agenda 111 no President Ekano. Ye de by sebeya also ka say inteni sa enema ye hunu nyina into opportunities no enti ye ba ye no ka say ye momodin say this city bia any hospital bia yenfa hospital call and a new regions na any regional hospital yenfa regional hospital call ni yenfa psychiatric hospitals mienu and na afa so Accra psychiatric hospital na ka obi akoma say ye be ye redevelopment sebeya any titi dem ha no on pese okọ ankafo a na akọ hesa Accra psychiatric hospital kakra bi because obi aya na kamba kakra wo ho enti e kakra bi na akọ Ashanti region is say o maako 20 because the dementia ka ho ba ko psychiatric hospital and 19 e district hospital Oba Central region was see ano a e maako nwotwe the any be cry new regions and get one ahafo ne nema no ahafo region ye were 2 hospitals and then 1 regional hospital. Oko Buna, Yawa Miensan Oho, Oko Bunu Easter, Eyamako Mako in Sia, any regional hospital. Oko Central Region, as I'm kind a young tree, Eastern Region for Ewo, MC Edu, Greater Accra, Ewo, Edumi, Northeast, Ewo 9, any regional hospital Bako, Northern Region, Ewo and Kuron, any 1 psychiatric hospital, Uti, Ewo 9, any 1 regional hospital. Savannah will mean any 1 regional hospital. Upper East, Makumako, because hospitals in Upper West, Inum, Volta region, Maheda, Volta region, Yohunina, Maheda, Volta region, Makumako, and so Bako, sorry, Bako, Avidapa, Nyamicha, Nyame, Hona, yeah, before the elections, it be Avidapa, Epa Hontuma. Ebi wo peve enso yepa hontuma enso mu ko anim amoye awie ebi wo adakuluwaya ba ko wo vigolokwati ba ko wo anwolanga ba ko wo jolokopta ba ko wo petoi ba ko wo akachi enti e maako enwotwe. So this is a president and a vice president ya dwene wi bi ho a ya dwene ho as a country ye de ko ba bia obi anya bi yemfa enko say the hospitals be 5 no near they call bamboy pupe sola ne ade ni na kogo ne sa na ye no ye de ko ba bia ma obi anya ho mfaso enti we ni hospitals a ye pese ye maga na ban na ye hu ni na obeyi pictures na kire bo se mo pictures na mo hwe ba bia adru ye si America say ye wo mu aduasame ensa 33 first no emu 100 under construction this year. The entire the account about 111 MI, so they say 7 of them are regional hospitals and Accra Psychiatric Hospital. Baby, na asase 7 na din. Afi ni nya asase. Ye na abrosan first kan ni na ye one structure. Build na ni na e form. But ye ebinim ye abrosan. Em say ye wo kaswa kwa em say ebinim say abrosan na say nya abrosan by 100 beds. But Oko Hospital, I did a friend of be a friend hospital, be a bill. And now, COVID time, Tini, Yashas, and your be a friend security and commerce. Into my name, my group of Protonia, sir, Omontinarium, or many maybe a metra atoniema. Who say you were 2 pavilions, sir. Nana no most I feel like your birthday no about ntuma go so me any anana hema mo nyina na mo kɔ ho wonyare ba kɔ hwe ho yade wo kɔ ani wo mo jabroso wo asikyire yade wo yo ba ya hwe onufo ne awodia no ye be ma so a ya hwe se bibia ye kama eno any apomodine papa na ye no so ne ye bia health insurance ni enti wo hwa sa hospital said the airport no ya kire mu nyina enti udu central region na zone 2 central region yenim se anye ye kura no sa nwotwe na ye ho ha no emu ba miensa anase nan betima wie gomua afranse be wie ye be pa ho ntoma sa na yakodi buru yakɔ ho nanse yakɔ ho last week enti gomua afranse regional minister ye ready ye be kɔ na yama president awe pa ho ntoma ansane yakotoaba the same thing ewo takwa Israel kishiwere Israel so betimi awie okɔ agoran saba enso betimi awie okɔ twifo heman so a enso betimi awie and now we dey me very sure kaswa de ne de ya nhya sentem enso kaswa de me sure say next year by the end of first or second quarter no ibitimi awie e kina e be fa kaswa kɔhwɛ si wo no eti ni nyina e be wie na magana fo nya ho mfaso de wo kura kese ebiem ne se ye wie hospital we ya ne yetimi abie ye nursing training college mu ye bie yetimi afa nipa ewo Cape Teaching Hospital because and now say free SHS wo honi no enkola no pi pass but umunya kwa enko nursing training school ento obi ka se oba ono de nursing training school bi abekobi even university there's a cut off point beboa there's a cut off point in everything yen apomodina so adwuma fo no ye adwuma ye ni school e ko no enye classroom ko ane tie o ye classroom work na wo san ko ye practicals anye sa wan hwe nurse wo pa ne a na wo de wo ba be foforo because wo obi da eti ye bie ye de hospital sin nyina ba ba bia hospital no bia so be ye train in fa ba ko wo bokoro e wa hunter west wie ye ko ye wo si ya ye mfa wo mama ya asase aka ho ye mfa nursing training school meka ho ye si yate na the person ye kran say accommodation for staff so ho but the person ye ne say e betimi a ahemfo nana no momma ya asenka ho na ye nye de MC next week or so president be cut sword no wo court da no ho no na ye person ye medical village na omu nyina tena ho private sector aye ready so umba joy ne ye medical village ye medical village no omu ba na che say obi ti ekura bi ase a ene ye friend rural incentives ye dia kan pay ho na e dia tuane anka nye se afimi infimi yenu aba ya se kutua advance ne bibia bia ni ho sa obohu nipa dodo e ba betena ho ene abaye adwuma wo nkurase no awo ma aka ho aware aka kurom ho sa na ye ehihire kuro iti sa pepepe ne ye beye no apomodine mu ofiri ono so konkran ya na wagya salary no we kofura aba eti seminu nurse fo ne manam wo fa ase no ho ne doctors ne ayifo ha agenda 111 nko ano nyina na kambo mu a ye be employ over 70,000 health professionals apart from the yewie no a ye kire saboro no environment projects no and so they say yewie bia na head of fankofo afiri one hospital na other hospital no 15,200 a ye pese may be ka ho eti efiri me ye say by before the end of the year ye because your commission no o se nyankofo ye adwuma wo mu nti me hye mo bo se obia benya na adwuma ba ye ba ye edemokọ ho arepam cho ye amon koma ye ye taso bie mu abawe ba ye from 2017 to 2024 say ye wo say no ya fa ya ma financial clearance ko ma akoma nearly about 200,000 obia nye bi sa yenim se nkofo kwa abrochiri yes yentimi ne wo mun compete ba ade a ebetimi aye ne se ebe fa nkola ne ntem no wa he adwuma se ntem na wo kwa wo benya bi wo beda wo benya wo salary ye mfa wo bi ne oye adwuma 1 year ne atua ne ka 3 months there bi ye hye ni na pepepepe etimi sha mbo se by all means you get work to do. That's what you are going to do. Ye to so bi emu ne se ade wa ye no ye hwe health ye very be holistic health system enye enema edan a yesisi nko na ma na ye health tina me ka o ma mbe ye adwuma wo hospitals ni bibia ye sai ehwe se yenya covid no o ka ya covid ba ye no a ye ma vaccines no na fe eho ato achima chire obi ema ne vaccines wi a e ya expire dia bre eti president ST presidential committee on vaccine production me ka she nyame ne monyam se enamo enmu ntino ye se yenya national vaccine institute afa parliament omu wo ho aye adwa sisi a two pharmaceutical companies ahia se a omu so eye omu factory ba akokwa de factory na wi a me kasa sisi no wanya anti snake or wordra so ya beye vaccine and other medical production center ni ye to bi wa ha die di cities ne beton enti ye ntibie mu se enkola vaccines no asa because yenya dollar nkotoy tie ne ye ton e dia ko all over the African sub-region ne ya gi dollars na ba ne so etua ye de ka in cities ye to so bie mu ya ye pese ye be ye bibi e friend Ghana Farm Park a ho ne be ye enuro ne enema ye Ghana ha nyina e fa hospital apomodin ho e wo ho de ye bie mu so ne se obehwa vice president kwa abrochiri no okohunu se ye obi e friend drones me boa me sure se bi ba some part of central region make us say there was 6 drone distribution centers a cover 13 of the regions ye di mienu be ka ho ba ko be ko fumsi or upper west and ba ko so ko Kintampo na a cover all the 16 regions of the country sebe ya wo waka obi hia moja obi hia aduro anajo anase bibie sa ye betim di medical dia koma no na afei health insurance so ye adwuma first no be say onya wo renew health insurance okoda insurance office wa he kura won sanka ba ne enam digital man digital baumia a wodwen kese oda mu a oda won paso a eno ane se wa yes star 929 hash waya wie no kura no wo say timi tuaka kura se wo be so tuaka also by POS momo na won pay wo pede once o say make hospital asem nyina no say hospital na efe na oni health insurance one hwe I better say Atlantic Hotel siwona a hotel the FS won't be call. It may charge you obia renew the health insurance. A person will be organ heavy in your health insurance. Ye ne hospital for no say chief executive or the say as at August 2024, said in Saka all the claims. In Tibet to a big count to a big count the bini hobium. Ye pese ye BBF no automatic adjustment system, tariff adjustment system. And no work also have insurance and local work. Now, the electricity, water, and see the share tariffs. And a free bear December, because to your Sika, no challenge, your Trianica. Your side and near Piaca, you're the young say, you're primary health care free because all health insurance are all free primary health care. But you want 100 in the back away in what you escada. A health insurance to take care of it. Many you how him say, oh, ministry, Neka say, Sika, a big budget, it be to our county and only 50%. If you go at 20%, and you go a name free, a pomodina, Obogua pomodin, go pomodin boarding. And the insurance, any Trianica, and obi insurance asia and okika free primary health care in your name. You need health as insurance as no. In him say obi ne tua. Ye free bia no obi ne tua. Enti ye sa adjustment system ni nyina na se health insurance e cover name pi. Na say wo mu sa de yi kura ka ho. Mental health services. Eno ranko an o mu kai from November. Obi a na dwene kamu or schizophrenia or bipolar or 4 of them at the woman account or the hospital or health insurance and no one no and yes mental health hospital for insuasa or moduaniasa yes I never no yet the health insurance to be to your boka ambulance service yet the best health insurance sebeya ambulance service ambulance power no answer was insane the common health insurance in fact ya can one someone afi deso magiatu because the entire some of us may make health insurance accident and emergency. If you have an accident, you will come and Masamba. Now, Sikani Butum, if you are one by you person, may health insurance, you may have a Ghana card and non quite mammy say, you're come baby. It will be no free more. What is primary health care? And to be in Tiase because 2003 do the parliament and you pass a law. And come here, one, may come and make say, may 110 premium. Also, free SHS. You have seen from 2008 manifesto, 2012 manifesto, 2016, and you about Bemboa. A 2 year 110 premium, I want to for 8 years. Me, I can buy a message as a bar messiah, but don't want to mean explaining. Until I be a 1 year free, and Timobia, Emma will be an Adamo. The Atasu be more a chat to say, Opa Pomodini Passoa. Now, share system now, Opa Soya Pomodini Papano. If your hospital say, say Cape Coast for person who here CT scanner. Are there any private sector entity can set up CT scan or no one in scan? Private sector and so up into the health system because the intra and go for PTT fee. I am fan of what you say. Oshe and Kofua or Mua 99% of it will have buying the tria or salaries. Private sector, if 1% and go to the private sector, who say, you know, Montanasi, near Fanny Panama, near arrangement, they can pay it in taxes or anything of the sort. So they will do a private hospital to be out with my Yajuma, at the action and office or call a Koyajma Kolebu, out of Koyajma Kolebu. It's a way any Apomudina Yadeba. Now, the digital system, for hospital, make us Nina digitize. Yet the other for near them, two medicines swab them. So they will be what Takwa, and I say, will be what Chishire in Sayamwa, will be snack up with me and say, Operation will you with my Yamana ye. Now, a day Chradie. Afi, was a bear son, a bequo chileno. And Coladin in qualify. A hawk, any bit in Germany, a bit in Canada, a bit in will be a transnaca, a Fibia, Bema, 500 nurses. Babra, the Fesicabra, Yin training my home, no more say footballers. Now, how corner for Yajma Crown was Saba. And to when you put papa, ya ye. Young I said, if you walk out, ya is much the Ayano, and the Yabe. Tiano, you be upgrade. You be Shabukina. Yama reset, was a reset to Ukuchi. And some of him. The papa by reset, no, you enough for you. Nadia has seen in Nayan Twasso. So I will conclude by saying that the continuity will continue to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr.
So we've earmarked about 33 of the hospitals which are above 70%. What we see, the finishing can be done as quickly as possible. We want to go around with the chiefs and the people, for them for the first time to see what is inside and what the whole building is for, and what is coming to them. I'm very positive that they should be able to finish. So that's why we are here.
Kanyina say, Yeba, and Yama Yayeno. Yes, I feel Yeba you, where you see. Yeba upgrade, Yeba Twasonia Manakonim. But we also by a resetting to an over connection over them. But run 4 years and that's no walk. It is a while about 12 months, and yeah, upgrade.
I have been very happy, and I think the constituents, everybody has also been very happy. This edifice was by Nana Redanko Akufo-Addo. When they started this, people doubted it, but today we have all seen what has happened here. Now, if you look at the work done here, almost 90% work done. They are left with just some external works to be done, and we thank Dr. Nsiasare. This is the second time of visiting us. Per what the contractor has promised, he has given us 4 to 5 weeks to finish, and we know for sure that this edifice will be finished on time. The president is President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia will come and then commission for the people of Ahanta West to use it. We thank Nanado. There are a lot that he has done for Ahanta West, but with this, I think it's okay, and we thank him so much.
This facility is a facility that we are going to benefit from it. Looking at a healthcare delivery is going to be very interesting.
Three of the 100 hospitals which have started, that's about 30% of it, have reached 70% plus. And the way we have seen here today, if it's 70% plus, they have a very good potential to finish because we've gone through the rooms and everything is set. And we are fixing the windows, we are fixing the roofing. The wiring can be done, I'm sure, within the next few days. So we are encouraging you to do that.
My government, MPP, is very consistent about numbers, unlike the NDC, which is inconsistent about numbers. The president says he's doing Agenda 111, and as at now, we have all gotten the figures. We are going to ensure that the number one facility lives to its fullness.
You are president, you are next president. Same country when you say, said one or the scene and this one. Let's be afraid or you, why, obey so. Your hospital will mark on you have to appreciate.
Yeah, you want to be brave and say, yeah, they can't the sick as sick. Come on, His Excellency, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. And not the church. What kind of France? It's maybe the one more whom the can be out of the Taiwanese. The other must be a Papa no to Ada, oh yes, no one. What to wear no my hand there. Now, Obia,
my name is Felicia. First time we've ever seen something like this. And if not president, we wouldn't have gotten anything like this. I'm here together with my chiefs and the queen mothers and the assembly staff. And they will witness what is going on here.
Nana mensa apmani amtosumiensa many asenche chiro he yanso na mdisa asasi mai na eye ni gebebri mene memamfo nyina se omampanyi ochiche sa enunyama die no ni wire emfree tese wama asema yanso yenim abanyam MP abomodin papa honorable ntum fodo na DC e wogidi se eye MPP aban Robert Waso, Nediaka Nano, when a Vina my pepe, na Yenso, Tichire, Yensu Din, Apeja.
Honorable Janet Ode Painter, Agona East, DC. So here is Agenda 111, Agona East. The project is almost done on behalf of the people of Agona. We say a very big thank you to our president, His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, and his vice, Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, the flag bearer. We say a very big thank you. Agona East people are very appreciative.
The president has asked that we should come around quickly within the next 1-2 weeks. to look at every region, the number. Hospitals that he can conveniently walk in and come and commission them. As the supply this project started somewhere close to about 2 years ago, and if you look at the progress of working talent, so when it is completed, it doesn't know political coloration. Every Ghanaian that needs health assistance will come here. When we did a check by Ghana Health Service, 88 of the 261 districts in this country, there's no semblance of any hospital. So the president took a bold decision. We were in the middle of COVID, and then he announced that he's going to build. So
the event is live on GTV, Oman FM, Joy News, ABC News, GH, Asasi Radio, Cape FM, Castle FM, Eagle FM, Meteor FM, GBC Radio Central, Happy FM, Netu TV, and it's also streaming live on the Ministry of Information Facebook page. Thank you. Now, we are in the Central Region. A portrait of Hoshia Fisher Jumade Fanokwa. On to the Bahaya Fanti Kakra. Here, Keswanti Kakra near the Frafra, near the Brofonos pushing a Becca fish home como. Yanamame, the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, the Honorable Mavis Hawa Kumsen. Let's show some love.
MC Medase. MC Medase. The Honorable China Minister, Central Gold. Mazinina Nananum MMDCs. The Presidential Advisor on Health. The clergy. All protocol observed. And I'm Messer Musa Mudebachemi, Mene Afakakra, Yari Majuma, Yawum Sisi, Te Kasankwa, Timpamucho Bebre, some with me horrible voice, Ebechemi, and a pavie. A sunny I am Sinekayano, a kind of Farijuma, Yentminya, a central region. Te me nije Kesipa, and ne. Town hall meeting na mesumetumi abaya part of it. Near Baba Church and Nyoma Fisheries Ministry aye under His Excellency Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the Vice President and soon to be the President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Epe force nwa ofrujia pano ono ne piano nyoma Dr. Insiasari abegina ha chechre ewo health sector nkoa echre say yewo abani party a edwe wo man no apomotin ene ya sitinem asem yepa Sani enuanum ye no sana mesumeye no na ka brofo kakra na maka twi su kakra me da mwase Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my presentation will provide an overview of the sector, including its contribution to job creation, national food security, and poverty reduction, particularly in fishing communities. It will also focus on the sector's achievement for the period under the review. Ya mi baka wasemi ya be hye dwumadia fishery sector no edi aboama adwuma aba embabunu mu efasudi aba wo afarifo mu ewo communities no mu na atumi atu enyase ewo afarifo mu na ya hye nyoma fisheries atumi aye. Fisheries and aquaculture sector plays a significant role in the economic development of the country by way of employment, contribution to GDP, contribution to national food and nutritional security, and foreign exchange earnings of the real economy. It is estimated that over 3 million people are employed along the value chain of the sector, and the sector contributed to 1.01% to GDP in 2023. The national fish production for 2023 was over 680,000 metric tons, and per capita consumption of fish for 2023 was 20 kilograms, which is higher than the West Africa average of 13 kilograms per set. In 2023, the country earned over $420 million from export of fish and fishery products. nyame ka nyinaa ne sɛ sɛ wohyɛ mpoano efi Volta region ekodu Elibua enipa a wɔwɔ mpoano yɛ adwuma ɛyɛ over 3 million in the value chain. Ɔmo kɔ ɛpo no so kɔkye nam ɔmo a ɔmo tɔ ɛnam no ɔmo kyi ɔmo ho ne ɔmo a ɔmo so ɛde kɔ edwom ɛkɔtɔn yɛka yɛ nyinaa bɔ mu a yɛboro 3 million na yɛhyɛ Ghana nso a yɛn a yɛwe ɛnam ɛyɛ esumunam yɛdɔɔso sen ɔmo wi nantwinam ɛne apɔnkye ɛsan sɛ ɛno na apɔmuden ɛwɔ mu wohwɛ West Africa so a West Africa yɛsi nipa baako bi a wanwe nam no na ɛnyɛ 13 kilograms but Ghana deɛ yɛwe bɛyɛ 20 kilograms nipa baako afi biara na afi 2023 a ɛtwa mu yi sector no contribute to 120 million US dollar to Ghana economy. Ebusiana kyerɛ sɛ adwuma ɛwɔ fishery sector hɔ. Ɛno nti yɛpɛ sɛ nya aban ɛpɛ sɛ ɔyɛ ne sɛ saa sector no ɛbɛ boostu na ɛdɔm bebree a ɛboro even the 3 million no ɛbɛ abɛyɛ adwuma. The sector's role in advancing food and nutrition security, employment and economic growth cannot be understated. It directly aligns with key sustainable development goals, SDG, notable goals 1, that is no poverty, goal 2, 0 hunger, goal 3, good health and well-being. Goal 8, a decent work and economic growth. And goal 14, a life below water. The fishery sector in Ghana consists of 3 main subsectors. Now 3 main subsectors are domestic production, inland fisheries, and marine fisheries and aquaculture. That is the 3 sectors. Ministry, share ministry, no, I say. Now, what share percentage now? Domestic and marine, no, by 71%, and inland 16%. Now, aquaculture 13%. 13% because yɛhyɛ no nkyɛɛ. Now when in our boom, am I a medium term goal? That is the goal 2022 to 2025. Ajini Ninani said, you better transforming air sector no into a viable contribution to national development. Ama inland marine sector and aquaculture no ebe boom now you transform air sector no for national development. Achievement of the ministry. The government has implemented programs, projects and policies aimed at promoting the sustainable development and management of the fishery sector. Sustainable development of the aquaculture subsector and the strengthening enforcement of fisheries laws and regulations. Notable achievements include the following. Enyoma esi eye aban enisono sani amedi kaka ya no say yebe peja ama farijuma no ayeye enya no nko so say yebe ma ye law enforcement no aye adwuma na street ho. Now, Mabo Fisheries College, project, was started in 2013, and
TV, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
It seems like a change in the communication system for the referee.
So you do not expect that, and it's being reviewed, the numbers will remain static. Indeed, until the final register is certified, those figures can change. DRRO sat and DRRO took certain decisions. DRRO said, take certain people off the register, or some people who appealed came. So there were movements. All the lists got affected. Exceptions list got affected, multiples list got affected, valid motor list got affected, even missing list got affected because the numbers have changed. So please let us not make it seem as if the numbers will be static for so long as it remains provisional. And even this exercise we are doing now, up until the 19th of October, where we have given you the opportunity to come and make changes or to raise issues, those numbers will change. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't use the numbers that we have now for planning purposes. We would. Otherwise, would we wait for everything to be done before we do it? Is that what we are saying? That is why enough buffer has been put into it. 2% has been added to allow for these changes that we anticipate will happen. Okay? So that is the explanation for it. And Dr. Tanko, please, as at 2020, when this register was created, I can tell you the statistics that we have for multiples and exceptions. So at the end of 2020 in November, the total number of people who were on the exceptions list was 13,997. As at 2020, when we finished that register. Okay? So it's not as if that number came out of the blue. Then you had multiples. Multiples was 15,860. Since then, we've had several iterations of registrations. And every time you have a registration, there's a propensity for somebody to be put on the exceptions list or on the multiples list. So that figure changes. And indeed, every time we go for adjudication committee meetings, the figures that we have are the numbers for that particular registration, and they end up being added to the total. So let us not make it seem as if when we go and sit at the adjudication committee, the numbers that we have are the actual numbers. They go and they add up to it. So please, I think that we need to, yes. And multiples list, like we've said, it's not up to us. We don't determine who goes onto the multiples list. If a registration is done and your fingerprints match, you will be put on the multiples list. Where the system is not able to clearly determine whether you have done multiples or not, it comes to adjudication committee, and that's where we meet. And we decide. And everybody is involved in that decision-making process. So let's not confuse the numbers. Okay? About a single entry. Yes, it was designed for single entry in terms of for individual voters. It wasn't designed for people to mass check people's IDs. Okay? When we do exhibitions, assuming we're doing exhibition in person, you don't go to your exhibition center and say, I want to know if XYZ is in the register. You don't do that. So why do you want that to be done in the electronic version? In any case, you have soft copies of the register. If you want to do your independent checks, you can do it. Nothing stops you from doing it. Right? But an API that allows you to check other people's details on a mass level will not be provided. So please, it won't happen. Use your means that you have to get the data that you require. Liveliness check has been implemented like we said the last time. So for your verification devices, you will have the liveliness check in there. I have received your 3 ID numbers that you sent to Mr. Banabio. I will look into it right now and I'll give you a response. But I want to understand what the complaint is. That the ID numbers that you gave belong to different people? Is that what you are saying? Okay. So we'll check. Again, I think you've sent the IDs to Mr. Banabio and we'll check. I'm sure by the time you go around, I'll have an answer for you. Okay. Yes, go ahead. The most important thing, first and foremost, is that the main identifier in the voter register is your ID. And there's only a unique ID. One person can have only one unique ID. Yes, so we will check and see if it is what it is. Remember, and I don't want to preempt it, but remember that we've had history of duplicating IDs that were replaced. So I don't know what you have and where you got that data from, but you need to understand it into context. Because if that card that you have has been replaced, then you are holding a card and you are making judgment on a card that is not right. But we will check. We will check. I just want to preempt this. That's why I said I don't want to preempt it, but I am telling you that is what might happen. But we will check.
Thank you, Doc. We'll continue with this second round of questions. Madam Ikuadonko, it's now your turn. Please, you have the mic. Please kindly help her with the mic.
Yeah, no. But my child, your friend Ikuadonko. Me na me te party a Ghana Freedom Party. Yeah, mammy. Me balo no aye mammy no. Je mensa. We are there. And that day me jina ha me bo abaso. Abutra wo. Sanya wo si ye wadwuma. Sade wadwuma ho tie. And na me firi nya me mo bo abaso. Empre wo ha me bo abaso. What did no kura nso say wo si e ba obema ye. Abato no ho krata. And that's waka. Nti no so me hu so adi uboshe so. Me da se pa. Omanfo de make a kire woni. Media fo a mo ha. Emire nyina mutimi ka say. Mo hunu ma bedi akire. Me pa cho sore. Ma bedi akire ne Roman father wo atenka. Wono ana sa wo lumba. Nti wono ne ma bedi akire. Di ka me fa bedi akire ye rakabre. Mene na court 2020. Me hunu de ye me hunu de for kan sam go na so. De me hunu aso party foforo ho. Me mbodini. Enso me se me nsa atwa for be konti. No an ma fente ni ma fa. Roman father. Nti na se munni mo no a. Mumu sa me bio na me hu abaji akire me hu abaji akire nsa atwa for. Munua no a, mo amunua. Ono ote ho. De me ka kire mo ni. Party no amete here no. Mete party no 2011. Ana ye register me 2012. Me angasa na mete party no. Me fa man ko obi party mo. Man ko di obi party anka me de ho. Me ana me tea party na sanye register me Dr. Frejan. Efen so na me tea party no. And some no me kasa me kan bebra ebe ha. Me ma yisi pe ni mpani fo atiase se. And some am tete na bontene. Efa do mahama ho me kan ma mpani ni firi se wa yi ne ho afrim. Se wo no wo ko apani wo abem anasa adwuma bi mu. Na se wo sa akofre timi foforo a wo do dibri ato ho timi ho so ne dibri ato ho ntimi ko ka se wo ma dada de american nyina o kasa na o kasa tia me se aba no eto ye no oba no ye yi no no aka bi yo ba ha ma aka bi se ense nka ye me ye fa me na me baby na wo me de yi wo mo ai ba ne sei yi simpany force de ba se obia nkwatwe onkwatwe din no e wo nkuro ni na wo krata no so e wo krata no so mutia me mo kasar me yedi entine ka kire mo yisi ma enkrata form so ka se nan yenkwa nkuro a e wo sa krata no so yenkwa sensai we dia ba mo kura se odi obesai no wan fa ni fie no ma no wan fa wano ani fo no ma ni nyina aka ho me ni mo ma no amoka no me ni mo ma wo na so betimi akosai hajeje wa mo sai bia de fo e fie no ma de fo no ma go so wo mo atimi ho na sa wote ha na sa wo so ni mo ma nti wa fa computer atena ho na wa twetwe na de abeto ani mu a emfidie na ehwe enti wontimi be ka se ana o de ya fa me ni ya jawo wo ya wadwuma yi a ma me no wonta obi a wo wodo ma na dwuma wo ye wo wodo ma ni nkrofo enti sa wo be ka sa ansa wo kire me a me ka kire mo nne o ma mpani do ma hama no wo so ya ma mpani na me de kwa court me de kwa court me pa cha tie me de kwa court me go soon 2 billion trillion mienu na majijo mahama sa me tea party no wana mam sikati ya na me ni mono minimum aya ntina tu ka se eni kwase e fame na wo menya ni pa na ana se me free Ghana me ma mati ase de kokoto yisi ni mpanifo me ma mo data se wo kire me so me yedi pa na me free Ghana enti do aka na sa ya me wura no mpa wutaw me wura mpa chaw wo ho ma mani na me fa chaw tie me do ma ha ma me se so se me ni pa no kasa se ya no nyina mote se ni pa bi wo ho a ense sanke ya ma ye ba ahakora wo be kire me de kokoto wo be kire so anti mi ambodi ni dia wo be kire na me de kokoto no so am na ate se boya dai me ka kire mo me se ne kwato no wa no ne ho enkam a oni me ba dia kire ni ana wono so na ba dia mampa enemies na be dia kire no me see peace minimum in America me so no ande ku atabes it is one farm me de kwa court me anga sa de kwa court ana na we sa me se de kwa court me tie de mo ka dia me tie de
Your leader called for it. Your leader called for it, and we will give it to him. We think we are please. Now we have LPG. Sorry, LPG. Have you? The other one is what? Hey.
We need to continue to applaud the EC for the job that they are doing. They are doing well. last time we were here, they promised that in 2 weeks they are going to give us another provisional register. And this time, I thought the EC were going to ask us to bring our own hard drive. But this time, they provided us free hard drive. Yes, you've done EC. And then, EC, you are doing well. You are doing well. Keep on. This year, when we were filing the nomination, EC were working even at midnight, 12 a.m. on Wednesday, before I think the 14th, yeah, if I'm right. They called us to do some amendments on our form because they spotted some errors on it. One of them was the expiration of my tax grant certificate. They spotted it. They said it was 2 days old. It has expired 2 days earlier. So I had to go for a new one. I acted on it the same day I got a new one to replace it. My own organizer at Adan East disappointed me. He signed for me and he went to sign for GUM. They spotted it. They told us to do that correction. We did it. So if anybody sits somewhere who has never filled the form before, can easily tell the whole world that the EC is biased or being discriminatory. 2012, I was disqualified. 2016, they disqualified me again. Nobody called me to empathize with me or whatever. Sympathize or whatever the word is. You can take it anyway. 2024, EC is still disqualifying people who could not fill their forms properly. Kofi Granting was disqualified by saying that the EC is favoring some people. It's not true. All the 13 candidates are qualified and well qualified and worthy to be on the ballot. Sometimes they think Mamia Kwadonko didn't go to school, so he doesn't qualify to be there. There's nowhere in the Constitution that says that if you are not somebody who can write or who can read or can speak good English, you may have thousand people prevent anybody from. I'm a Votarian. I'm also an Ashanti. I did not choose to be that. But God said, that's how I've made you. So if you are lucky and you're coming from a rich home, you shouldn't look down on some of us who are coming from poor homes by sitting on your comfort zone. Somebody who has never filled a form before, because you were lucky to be the largest political opposition party as their head. So you sit comfortably somewhere, they fill the form, they bring it to you, and then you sign without knowing how it was done. So you just speak anyhow to anybody. We are not going to tolerate that. Anybody on the list, he is nobody. And he can never be anybody. He was just lucky. He was just lucky to be the leader of the.
Please, LPG, I think you've made your point. Please.
Yeah.
LPG.
I want everybody to know in this world,
Please.
that he will lose and continue to lose and lose forever.
Please. LPG. Goom, can you take the mic? No, Goom, then will come to MPP, please. Dr. Tanko. Dr. Tanko. No, Jerry, please give the mic to Goom. No, please, give it to
You gave NDC the opportunity for them both to speak. Why are you denying me? If I have something to say, are you telling me because
Mr. Jerry,
please take your seat. Let's go to Goom, and then we'll come back to you. Please give it to Goom.
Can I just want to follow up on what we just discussed? So I have checked the details that have been submitted, and once again I want to emphasize that when we make sweeping allegations, it must be based on sound data. Okay, and that's why I said that I will check. So, as I've said, the individuals that you say you are getting different results from, they are all individuals that are in the system with different voter IDs. And as I have said, there was a case, and this was even in 2020, where we had duplicating IDs. And so all those people who had duplicating IDs had their IDs replaced, and new ones were printed for them and were actually sent to the various exhibition centers has been replaced. And all the IDs you've sent have their pictures and their new IDs. So when we make certain allegations and aspersions, please
baseless allegations.
let us. So please, let's not. If there's an issue, I don't think I want you to do that. The point I'm making is that in the voter register, there's one ID per person. You can't have two people with the same ID. And we recognize that in 2020, because of the offline registration and some machines issuing the same IDs, there were some duplicating IDs. All those who were affected had their IDs replaced. And unfortunately, that is what you have that you are showing to us. So please, let's understand the system. That is why we took pains to explain how the system works and how we arrive at a voter ID. Let us understand how it works. And if there are real issues, let's bring them up to us for discussion. Thank you. You still want me to? Should I show?
Okay. Sorry. Goom, can you ask your question?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Frank Owusu Frempong, the National Communication Director for Ghana Union Movement. I bring you greetings from the incoming President, Reverend Dr. Christian Kwabena Andrews, also known as Chiraboso. Management. Though Goom is relatively young in active Ghanaian politics, we've been in raising. I tend to ask, where were those questions 3 years ago? Knowing definitely elections were due, it would have been raised and corrected before this time. Now, going on to my submission, my representation of Goom has always been that our engagement as Ipac with the Commission, on electoral reforms and processes should be such that we equally and fairly contribute to arrive at the consensus decision making for implementation. I remember early this year when our brothers returned from their self-imposed recess. I said this, that we equally and fairly need to contribute to the electoral process and reforms, so that at the end of the day, with special emphasis on elections, like the one ahead of us in December, we can all again fairly and equally share the glory or shame together. After the implementation, to whoever we think might have done us a disservice, in this case, be pointing fingers at the Electoral Commission. But this is not the situation at the moment. Going forward, are we projecting a no confidence in the referee to officiate the match ahead of us? The spectator just look at what has gone on. The banter, the accusations and counter-accusations. If we should take this in out there, what do you think is going to be the end result? Please, I'm pleading on behalf of all of us that we need Ghana at one piece. We need Ghana for all of us as Ghanaians. So if we feel, just like Reverend Ofori was making mention of, no, please allow it. He explained that the voter IDs that our brothers showed is not us they are putting it. We shouldn't go out there and misinform the people. It will be in a jurisdiction to do that. Yes. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. But what I'm trying to say is that we shouldn't go out there and misinform people. If it's out there, we are here to correct. That's why we are here. No. That is why we are here. If it has gone out there already as a misinformation, someone is there trying to prompt them that it is not a misinformation. We can't allow that to happen. At the end of the day, it must be Ghana for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before the MPP take, yes, I'll come to you. Before the MPP speaks, I would like to say that the Commission does not, Ipac is a serious platform for political party Electoral Commission engagement. And therefore, the Commission will not support those kind of exchanges. On that note, I would like to cede the mic to MPP, Mr. Mike Menu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon, and I stand on existing protocols. And thank you for the opportunity given us at this second Ipac to throw and shed more light on the voters register. I want to use this opportunity to make certain points clear. There's been some wide speculations going around, especially from some political parties, that the New Patriotic Party is in cahoots, in partnership with the Electoral Commission. And today we have seen some rare is ugly head here. The thing is that when matters arise and we see that they are not correct, they are disinformation and misinformation, we are bound to throw light on the true facts as it exists. Today, members of the NDC sought to draw our attention to the fact that exhibitions should be done as on regulation 23(1) of the CI 91. But the same CI 91 regulation 23 sub 3 says the commission shall, in addition to the publication provided in regulation 1, post the provisional register on the website of the commission. So if we come to say this, and you take it to mean that we are in cahoots or we are in partnership or in bed with the Electoral Commission, we are rather in bed with the law. So MPP is always in bed with the law, not with the Electoral Commission. And we will always be by the side of the law, because you quoted 23(1) and left 23(3), which says the register, the publication can also be done on the website. And when the director of IT was doing his presentation, he went to the website and pulled out his own details on the register. And I went on it and I pulled it, and it's in the law. So we are on the side of the law. So people should stop saying and peddling around that MPP is in cahoot, is in partnership with the Electoral Commission. No, we are in partnership with the law. And I think this should be made clear. So if you seek to put out disinformation, misinformation, and sometimes hate speech, we are bound to put the correct perspective to the public and the media at large. It does not mean that we are in cahoot or we are in a partnership with the Electoral Commission. No, we are in partnership with the law. And these laws were made by a Parliament of Ghana, and we respect it, and we will always quote it in its entirety. We will not quote sections and leave sections aside. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jerry, you will speak. Hello. But
hello. Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Evans, please kindly take your seat. Dr. Uforieje will address some of the issues. He wants to display some of the findings.
Good afternoon once again. So this is just, for transparency, for us to all understand what I was talking about. So the question of whether we are retaining wrong details of individuals has been made by the National Democratic Congress, and they gave some details. So the voter card was given, and then it was sent to Mr. Banobio. Mr. Banobio sent it to me. And just a second, let me take this off so that we can all see. So this is the card that was given to Mr. Banobio as having retained details of another individual. And then the voter ID card was given. Indeed, if you look at it and you check from the system, another person's details come, right? But this particular individual is in our register, but it's in our register with a different voter ID. If you look at the picture before and now, you see that the details are all the same. This is the same picture that the person has on their card. This is what we have in our database. Okay, so this individual, like I said, was registered in 2020 and was among the batch of the people who had duplicating IDs, and therefore new IDs were issued for them, and they were printed out and sent to the district offices, and indeed even to sometimes to the polling stations for them to come and pick up. So it's not that we are returning wrong details of individuals, but that the person had the voter ID card replaced. And therefore, we need to go and find out where this card is coming from, because the ID cards have been replaced. Same with the second number, the second card that was given. This card too had for this particular female. This female exists in our system with a different voter ID card, right? But if you look at the details are all the same. Even the picture that they took is the same picture, same person. So like I said, even though I didn't want to hazard a guess then as to this is what had happened, this indeed is what happened. Same with the other one that was given, the third voter ID card that was supplied by Yayura, and same picture, same details, different voter ID card. So you see, that's why once again I said, let's not make allegations and aspersions based on information that we are not sure of, because then it creates unnecessary problems. But these are details. These are details. Let me finish, please. Dr. Rashid Tango, let me finish.
And we're saying that use your short code, put the voter ID number on and see whether you see what you're
Yes.
See what you're seeing.
What you see, but that's what you are saying, that
the person has not received it. You will be using this one.
yes.
And you will get different data.
Dr. Tanku, so we've explained to you. What we are saying is that since some of these issues arise, do not jump to conclusions, especially when there's a history to this, and we know that cards have been replaced. We know cards have been replaced. And we've taken the time and effort to explain to you how the system works. We've also taken the time to show you the issues that we had and how they were resolved. So please, let's proceed in that vein and understand that the system that has been built is one person, one set of biometric IDs, one person, one voter ID. No single person can have two voter IDs in the system. And if we work with that premise, we will understand where some of these issues are coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. We go back. Yes, I'll go this way. Jerry, PPP. Right, Jerry, PPP, then we go to MPP. Mr. Sion, I'll come to you.
It brings exactly.
Make sure that is it on? It should be on.
I think it's on now. Doc, God bless you, and thank you once again for telling the good people of Ghana the truth. Thank you for exposing my good brother and his friend. Electoral Commission, I don't think has any interest for promoting a winner or for supporting a candidate to win an election before an election. This is the only commission that we are having. And this commission is the only commission that is going to pronounce the winner of the election. Why are we trying to destroy or tarnish their image and hard-earned reputation? Because you know you are losing an election. Because you know you cannot win an election. Why?
Jerry, please to your point so that we can wind up.
It's okay.
Thank you, Jerry. We give it to Mr. Sion, PPP, and then we end up with MPP.
Well, thank you. My name is not Sion.
Oh.
Kofi Siao is our presidential candidate who has been unfairly disqualified. And I believe the matters will be corrected in the right forum. But that is not why I'm here. My name is Richard Ama, for the records. Yes, I'm the executive director of the PPP. I have two questions. The first one has to do with, all of them are going to Dr. Ofori. In your presentation, I didn't seem to get clearly the procedure to complain if you realize that your details are wrong after querying the system through the methods that you gave. You gave a procedure for the political parties to complain, which includes sending an email and all of those things. But for the ordinary person, what is the procedure for complaining? Secondly, I noticed that on the form that is going to be used for the complaint, you indicated that the person making the complaint must indicate his status in the party. So what if I find a problem and I'm not affiliated to any political party? Must I necessarily belong to a party before I can send an email and complain? So that's my first question. Now, the second one has to do with the just recent demonstration you did. You see, we are querying the system with our mobile phones and the short code. Not everyone will have the benefit of the background database that you have. So if I query the system and my ID card has been revoked and a new one has been issued, I think that the best thing would be for the system to say that maybe this ID has been revoked or something. But if it returns with a different name, it raises suspicions. And I believe you have to satisfactorily answer that part well, because by presenting the background data, which only you are privileged to, it doesn't help the general public who are seeking to find out whether their names are there correctly or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Doc want to respond on that.
Hello. Thank you once again for the question. I think the whole essence of the exhibition is for us to pick up some of these things. Because, like I said, this thing happened in 2020. And all those duplicate IDs were printed and sent out there. And indeed, I think resources, once again, was assigned to call the individuals to come and pick up their ID cards. Some people did come for them, some didn't. So if you have a voter ID card and you check, and somebody's details comes back different from what you expect, in the message it says that if there's any problem with it, contact your district electoral officer. And once you do that, the issue will be resolved, because then we have access to all these tools that we can use to retrieve your information and tell you what your voter ID card is. And indeed, I believe that those printed voter ID cards, some of them are still in the district offices. So we might actually even pick it up and give you your new voter ID card. All right. So the form that was designed for the political parties, so that the political parties can return any comments that they have. It wasn't designed for individuals, but individuals can still report anything to your district electoral officer and it will be addressed. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. MPP.
Thank you very much. On the earlier protocols, as submitted by Chairman Peter McMahon, I think the submission we've seen here today put to rest once again the noise that has been going around. And as my friend from the PPP, who is a lawyer, will understand and may later explain to some colleagues that the presentation here today has put to rest Madam Chair, for the presentation that we have seen, we've realized that now there's going to be some people on the missing list. And that will mean that the Form A, 8A, and 8B will be affected. And I'm happy that you don't have any problem for parties to sign off so that we won't have the situation where we use the stamp. But the New Patriotic Party has been part of Ipac since its inception. And so we have the history. We all agreed and indicated that in order for us to have a proper recording sheet, there must be true reflection of what exists in the act. We will not run away from it. But Madam, today, I heard my colleague from the NDC saying they have some ID cards. It is out of those numbers they have that they gave us 3. And the 3 having been checked, all turn out to be IDs that have been reissued. But Madam, the CI 91, Regulation 29, 1 and 2, speaks to the issue of individuals or political parties deciding to hold ID cards of individuals. It is an electoral offense. It is here. And they have copy of the CI 91. Please, don't go around taking people's ID and try to quote numbers that turns out to be something else. Today, as we speak, your parliamentary candidate for Amenfi Central is in court over issue of voter ID number. So please, when we come and sit here, Madam Chair, I'm happy that the PNC chairman referred us to history. When the New Patriotic Party was formed, by your age, you were 13 years. You need to check the history again. But as it is always in Ipac, the New Patriotic Party is committed to peace. We are ready to sign a peace pact that will ensure that all issues before, during, and after elections will be peaceful. Our presidential candidate is so much prepared to do that. We don't have much to say because we've been given enough. All that we will add our voice to CPP, so that we may identify. We will submit them for our general good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, Mr. Awingobit, PNC.
Thank you very much, my brother. I just want to sound some, not controversy, but about a week ago or so, I raised issues in regard to when we were disqualified. Hold on, please. You had your turn. We have had, as a political party, some including independent candidates out to us and others were disqualified in those years. I'm sure we are friends in the political party. And so the former president saw it in the wisdom to raise that issue. I don't think it was in the detriment to run down the EC. However, from the controversies that surrounded here this afternoon, I just want us to note that for whatever reasons, the presidential candidates here are aspiring to become the one gentleman of the land. It's an office that we should describe it with respect, with decorum. And so if you have a former president who have made a statement, and you have a colleague presidential candidate to say he is nobody, I think that office, when you occupy there, we will respect you in accord. He might say something else, but not in any, for however he's a statesman. That is what I want to raise here. So not just because he sympathized with the PNC we will vilify him and say he's nobody. He's a candidate, agree, but he's a former president. Let us have that respect. Thank you very much. That's the first thing I want to raise.
Thank you very much. On this note, we would like to give the mic to the commissioner for closing remarks by the commission. Closing remarks by the chair.
Yeah, so I think we've come to...
Please.
Please.
Madam Chair, please. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Hello. Hello. Please get me the other mic. Why did I anytime I want to say? What do you want to say? What do you want to say? The mic is afraid of me. Because I speak my mind. That's the problem.
I want to thank everyone here and also congratulate all of you. We are here for Mother Ghana. And as a matter of fact, we need to be guided, the things we say, the things we do, in order to have a peaceful election before, during, and after. One candidate, one of us, can make a statement that can plug this country to war. One person, whether intentionally or not. Because the body that Ghanaians wants to trust in this election is the Electoral Commission. And if they don't trust the Electoral Commission, then we have a big problem, all of us. So mine is that we can make all kind of statements against each other on the platform, say anything against one another on the platform. But when we extend it to the body that is supposed to supervise the election, the body that is supposed to be a credible institution to give us a perfect election, then we lose the trust and the hope in that body. And that can be a cause for anarchy. Let it slide. But let's be careful what we say about the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission too must demonstrate to Ghanaians that it is a credible institution that is capable of managing our affairs and taking us to the next election. Because today, the problem of 2024 is not about us. It's about the credibility of the EC. And we must all protect that. That is the reason why we are here. We are here to listen to them, agree and disagree, but all of us will leave this room and go to the polling stations and to our various communities and run our campaign. I am pleading. If you have a problem, deal direct with the Electoral Commission. Don't make it a problem for many Ghanaians not to trust the institutions. Because the institution is the only body, mandate institution. What it means is that there's a big, big problem. So my brothers from the LPG, my brothers from the NDC, we're all grateful for your contribution to this, to our foot soldiers. You might be abreast with the knowledge and understanding of the EC, but those in the communities, they don't understand it. They think that the EC is here to rig an election for another person. The EC can never rig an election for anybody if you check your polling station and your constituency very well. Make sure at the polling stations you have your polling agent who look into every voting and record it. And you do your own thing. How can Madam Chair will be sitting down here on the day of election? She is not at the police station. This gentleman, Dr. Bosman Asare, is it Bosman? Yeah, Bosman Asare will. And then So please, my brothers, elections always come and go. I am only 52 years. I've been in this game for the past 12 years. I'm the youngest presidential candidate ever, but I'm patient for my time. EC cannot make me president. Ghanaians will make me president. Ghanaians. So it is Ghanaians that will make me president, not the EC. The EC can never make me president. They can only announce my presidency. And when the time comes, whether they like it or not, they will announce it. Whether they like it or not, they will announce it. Because Ghanaians are going to vote massively for APC and Hassan Yarega when that day comes. And I'm calling on Ghanaians listening and watching today. The best candidate, you didn't make good use of it. Well, I'm making good use of it. So Ghanaians should vote for me. The next Kofi Akpaloo, you wait. When I'm president, you come back later. You learn from us. You are now learning. You and your Jerry, you are learning. So there's a process. I started way back in 2012. You are now starting. So I thank you very much. And observers are very grateful. Sometimes you should also contribute. Don't just sit down and work, because you are part of this game called politics. They should be given a platform to also say one or two, maybe from the video. I'm not breaking the rules. So I want to thank all of you for being here and helping us to promote democracy and build a very strong institution called Ghana. Ghana is for all of us. Let's protect it. Let's help advocate for it. And let's support the EC and the Ghanaian citizens to vote wisely and give Hassan Ayerga and make Hassan Ayerga the president of Ghana. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you.
Right. On this note, we'll give the closing remarks to the chair of the Electoral Commission, Madam Jane Mensah.
I think I would like to quote from, Dr. Hassan Ayarega's statement, where he said that the EC can never make anybody a president. And I think that we all know that around this table, and therefore we should not peddle misinformation and peddle fake news and disinformation and give the impression to the citizenry, the innocent citizens who do not know the process, that the Electoral Commission can make somebody a president. I'd like to state on this occasion and quote from Dr. Hassan Ayerga that the EC can never, never, never make anybody a president. What the EC does is to declare who the voters choose as their president. And so it is the guy that makes the president. We only declare the voters' choice. And that is what will happen come December 2024. It is who the voter wants to be president of this land who will be declared by the EC. On that note, we would like to thank all of you for your contributions. I think that we've had a very good deliberation. As we indicated, we'll provide the certified register to the parties in the first week of November or earlier. And please do not quote me. Do not misquote me.